Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. It's just me and Triple R for right now. Of course, the Canuck is running late as usual, man, always holding us back. He's going to get fined. I don't know, me and Trips going to have to discuss what the price is going to be this time around, man. I think we have to step it up a notch a little bit, Trips, man, because it's getting ridiculous, man. Might be thinking about a trade, too.
No,
man.
Punished.
What'd you say?
He must be punished.
Yes.
For those that break the law, must go to the house of pain.
Yes. Lash his ass. But yeah, man, welcome on in, man. Me and Trips are just having we're gonna have a good show tonight, man, like we always do every Wednesday. Gonna cover a lot of ground, man. It's just a lot to talk about. And the reason why you see this background up is because there's extra stuff to talk about in that department. Doomsday Survival is all informative, man. That part is not about any kind of conspiracy or anything paranormal. That's straight up information sharing. It's all it is, man. I just want people that come check out the channel and listen to what we have to say to be informed as best as possible. I know people are doing their own homework, but for those who don't have time, that's why you come to that particular part of the show. It's going to be good, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about there. Plus a breakdown. I think I already kind of pre-selected Trips, man. We're going to do a movie breakdown because that's just where I was at when I was putting the show together. Also, we got Bears to talk about, man, like all the time, man. But without further ado, let me kick it on over to you, man. Bounce pass and see if you want to do something with the rock.
Yeah. Basketball analogy, make the basket cool. Yeah, I'm cooling. Got a pizza in the oven. It's Wednesday night. It's some extra sauce night. We got new signings to, peruse and mention because like they literally just signed within the last few hours, offensively and defensively.
Oh, man. Now I gotta go to the I didn't even know that, man. I'm busy with my own stuff, man. I didn't even know what was going. Let me see who it is.
Well, we got somebody that I know kids will love, being a former Packer on the defensive side of the ball. And then we got a running back that I am pretty sure that our new running back coach, Studsville, probably recommended. And he's a perfect fit for Ben Johnson, who was probably also familiar with him. But yeah, we'll get those names out to you. See right there what I did? That's called a teaser. That's a teaser, Nomad. Okay. So I didn't say no names, but I did let you know that it's a running back and a safety. So hang out with us and pull on up and get you some snacks, get you some drinks, and
okay, I know
and share with us.
I know who the safety is. I did a little work on him already.
Oh, you know who the running back is too.
I don't know if I know the running back. I got to see.
Well, have you seen his name?
Not yet. I'm trying to.
Oh, once you see his name, you'll know who he is. You'll be like, "Oh shit, huh? What up, Benji? What up, DT Honey Bear?
What up, fellas? I'm live trying to figure out what we got going on because I did not double check.
Right on. I figured you were. So, but that's why. No worries. Just look and you'll see. But as everybody filters in for the Wednesday evening sharing, entertainment, hangout, informational fest, if you will. Yeah. So, the Nomad Network at Keds the Canuck and Sports Chicago Style Triple R SCS. As we do expect Cads, but he likes to make a fashionable entrance. And people say, CPT, Nomad. That's what time Kids is on.
Yeah, he is. Big time.
That's Canadian people time.
That's how we'll frame it.
Yeah, well, he's Canadian. And he's a Canadian people. And that's what time he be coming in late and shit. Like a typical Canadian.
Oh, I'm just
yeah, let's go. Wednesday night, got the pizza about to come out the oven. And Nomad, I don't know if you've seen these before, but Benji, I know Smitty's probably seen them on the road. But right here, these ain't nothing but the devil.
Oh man, dog. I go through a box of them like it ain't nothing.
These ain't nothing but the devil, and I rebuke thee. Oh Lord.
It's too easy. It's too easy to eat them, man.
Oh, and they just slide on down, but then they will slide on through and slide on out. So there's that. But yeah, when they sliding on in and down, it's like, it's just processed comfort, momentary satisfaction, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips.
I had no idea who this running back is.
No. Okay. Well, I'm familiar with his game. I mean, I'm just probably seeing. Obviously, he hasn't played for the Bears previously, but just watching football, and it's like, oh shit, that dude's fast. But yeah. I remember when he got injured because he got hip drop tackled, and it fucked his ankle up. And it was like one of those gruesome shits, like hip drop tackles can be.
Oh, he's got that
juice.
Oh man,
juice. Say the word, juice.
Oh, he's got serious juice.
Because remember last year, that was one of my top complaints about this team. It's just the lack of juice. But we see the additions that came in when they say increased speed. That would be some of the juice I'm talking about. With my new favorite draft pick this year, incoming prospect, young guy, rookie, Xavier Thomas. He got that juice. But then you see this running back, he got that juice. You know what I mean? So we're inserting and bringing in athletes, football players who got that juice. And it's like, that's what we've been missing. Devin Duvernay wouldn't make this squad. Now, I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus wouldn't make this squad. DeAndre Swift is gone. He'll make the squad, but he's getting pushed.
This guy's got that Jahmyr Gibbs speed.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. As long as he is able to, I guess, run after going through that ankle injury and rehab and recovery and re-strengthening, because now just looking at the running back room, that I know the thumbnail says stuff about competition, and I know it's a long off season, so we'll get to all position groups, but because we're talking about a running back right now that came in, Roschon Johnson. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got that juice. So, you know what I'm saying? He cannot be sleeping comfortably this evening if he was.
Yeah, that's it. I like the dude. I like him. I mean, he's got some serious bursts. And they're bringing him in to challenge the back end of that roster, back end and running back. I don't want to get too heavy in the Bears conversation.
Well, go ahead. I got to take this out the oven.
All right, go ahead. But I'm loving what I'm seeing, guys. I think he does have a lot of explosiveness to him. That's just right off the top. It's the first thing you notice about the cat is the explosiveness. Yeah, man. Shifty, too. I love that about a football player. Very shifty. I'm looking at him as I'm talking, you guys. I'm just kind of admiring what I'm looking at. Oops, hold on. Hold on, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, just hold on. trying to find out some other stuff. He went to Washington, to the Huskies. Probably came out. He's probably at least about a 5-year veteran. Probably been on and off teams. It's a bottom of the roster kind of guy, but you never know what happens. You give a guy an opportunity. I ain't one to, bash nobody because they've been moved around a little bit. I'm just not like that. Give me a second, people. All right, while Trips is getting that out, let me give you a little bit of overview for all the people who just popped in that are looking but not chatting. So we're gonna cover a lot of ground tonight. Got a bunch to talk about as far as the Bears go. But again, the reason why you see the Doomsday Survival background up there is because I do think we need to pay particular attention to that segment of the show because there's so much that's happening in the world right now. I know people do their own homework and try to figure out what's going on in the world on their own, watching the news, whatever they're looking at on the internet. But we're gonna try to be comprehensive on making sure you guys get all the up-to-date information you can get on that particular part of the show. We're gonna break down some food recipes, some drinks, talk about, got a movie to break down a little bit later on, and maybe some UFO stuff to talk about here in a little bit. But about to have a good time doing it. Let me check my phone and see if the Canuck is saying something to me that I don't know about. Unusual for him to be this late. So let me check on him real quick. Very unusual. Excuse me. Hold on, I'm just getting quiet for a second so I can look and see I haven't. Man, they said nothing to me. Maybe I need to send him a message. I just sent him a message. I don't know what's going on. Connect. Anything could be happening. Life is life, and who knows?
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, man. We'll give him a few more minutes. We just talk a little, kick the bobos a little bit before you get here.
Yeah, right. You know how you're supposed to let pizza cool for a few minutes before you eat a pizza? Yeah,
never.
And it's like,
never.
Like but it cuts, so much easier right out the oven. You let that sit there and cool. But it's like, nah, get that little corner piece right there.
Man. Dude,
the little baby piece, like little pinky toe piece. Yeah.
In my life, I have never been able to let a pizza cool. It's impossible for me, literally.
Mm-hmm.
I love piping hot pizza. It'll never taste as good as that moment when you get it right out of there. Mm-hmm. Everything just bursting out the pizza. You like cold pizza. It's kind of tasty.
Right, it's got its own appeal.
Yeah, but piping hot pizza, unmatched, man. Go ahead.
That's almost like the first cup of a fresh pot of coffee for those that drink coffee, or the first cup, of a fresh tea bag. Not Tyson Bagent, but like the actual bag of tea leaves. Sometimes, in the hood, you got to reuse those joints. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like by the third time, it's like, man, this is barely water. You know what I mean? But like that first strong, that first bite is like, just something about it. That first sip of like a warm cocoa on a cold day when you feel it going down your esophagus and all the way to your tummy is like, ooh.
I'm like that with fried chicken too, man.
Oh, well, yeah.
Fried chicken, fried fish.
You mean that first crunch?
Oh man, dog, it's nothing like that. If it's up to me, that food would stay that temperature the entire time I'm eating it. I'm good. I probably need skin graft on the roof of my mouth anyway. All the hot food I be eating. It's bad, man. I love piping hot food. I think the flavor is different, man.
Yeah, it's the flavor profile of things because while pizza is the same food and it's just a different taste, fresh out of the oven versus, 2 days in the fridge.
Yeah.
It's just different. Even after reheat it from being in the fridge, no matter how you reheat it, whether it be in the microwave, in the oven, or on a skillet top, with steam with in a skillet with steam over the top, which is more realistic and closer to the real thing. Gives you a crispy bottom and a melty cheese top that way, but it's still not the same.
It really ain't.
Still
It really-
delicious because it's pizza, but not the same.
So anyway, man, what's been going on with you this week?
Oh, man, working on a new Bears page, still editing other stuff. We did get the clip of MF in the kitchen, which we look forward to next week, next Wednesday, on some extra sauce, when Chef Trips will be in the house directly from the kitchens over there at Shea Trips. We got that clip up from the last visit where what did he make? Hell was it? Oh, chili mac and cheese.
Mm.
Yeah. So we got that up. He was doing all live there and stuff from the kitchen hookups and setup. But got that up, and then just other editing, really.
Okay.
And I did get out, get some steps in. The other day it was nice and like 80 degrees. It's like, oh shit. But then temperature came on back down a little something, something. So, hence the hoodie. But yeah, it's been a nice few days since uh Nomad at night, Sunday night. Yeah. Gotta get my days right because that was just Sunday night. Yeah, it's 3 days ago.
Sunday
What
night.
about yourself?
Man, about to get back to work on that landscaping job tomorrow and through the weekend probably, and get ready to probably chill Monday. Memorial Day is like one of the only holidays I can really acknowledge. Like I'm like that, man. I ain't with it really with all these holidays too much, but Memorial Day I look at it just for what it is on its face, remembering people. You know what I mean? Whether whoever it is in you that you might have lost, you know what I mean? Thinking about what I might
Yeah,
want to
whoever it is you're memorializing, yeah.
yeah. Just thinking about what I might want to do, should I throw something on the grill? Should I just chill? We just get some shit and just chill out. I don't know, man. I ain't after a long weekend doing what I'm gonna have to be doing. I don't know if I'm gonna be up for all that cooking and shit.
Well, but that's the, I guess, appeal of those holidays on Monday, to where you're not really out partying on Memorial Day, or you're not doing it like that, but you do take the opportunity to gather with family, friends, and or loved ones to remember whoever it is you're memorializing. And that's when the cooking comes into play, because now you got to feed all these folks, and it's the official opening of summer. So you got to get the grills going, and it gives you the opportunity for those planning ahead to get some freshly charred meat, put away for the rest of the week. Let's say if you got somebody that goes to work, and instead of having to buy their lunch or figure out what to make for lunch, it's like, hey, I'm gonna grill up a salmon or piece of fish or whatever the fuck, and put it away right off the grill. No touchy, no touchy. For your lunch this day, or some grilled vegetables, for your lunch that day, or what I mean, plan ahead for the week. And so you do all your cooking on the grill, or in the kitchen on Memorial Day. Then you got food for the rest of the week, and you got to cook no more.
Man, I'm so lucky right now because I'm on my introvert stuff right now, and my family kind of knows it. And usually, I told y'all, usually I'm the guy, for every event in the family. People always want me to grill, They love them rib tips, man. And ain't nobody been saying nothing to me the past year or so. You know what I mean? And I'm loving it. I got rid of my pickup truck so my family can't bug me about everybody moving this and want to go pick up that. And I love my family, but I need my space, man.
Mhm. Well, I mean, you don't have to when you still grill, and when you could be for the immediate household.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You ain't got to have the gathering portion of it. But, being Memorial Day, a lot of people do get together because I know a lot of people that remember the death day or the day a loved one passed. It's like, this date, this person passed to me, and on this day, I always visit their grave, or always have this meal, or always remember them, or do something in memoriam. Whereas Memorial Day is just a solid day of the year on the calendar, all encompassing. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't tell you the people that have passed in my life that I would actually care about, that I give a shit about. I couldn't tell you when they died, but I could tell you most of their birthdays still.
Right.
Go figure.
It's like this though. Imagine this though. You guys, all that we just said, and on top of that, imagine your one of your parent being a bar owner, and all the repasses in this side of the city come through there. Every time somebody passed away, hey, we having a repass for such and such. And would you throw some ribs on the grill? Would you make this? Would you bring that? Can you go grab your truck and go get this? Can you go get that? Can you pick up these tables over? Man, I love my mama. Like that's my heart. But man, I'm like, man, I'm not gonna let people wear me out, man. I'm just not, man.
Yeah, so you gotta say no. I mean, you do what you can when you can while you can. But you just can't do everything for everybody all the time. I mean, that's just not physically, mentally, feasible or healthy. It's like, hey, I can help when I can help. Hey,
This
hey,
motherfucker in the chat.
In the chat, what the? You doing? What you let me? What the fuck in the chat? What the fuck you doing in the chat?
What the hell kind of weird shit you got going?
So it seems as though Kids Canuck is in the chat talking about WTF. Maybe his StreamYard ain't working.
What is that, Missy or Styles or something messing around with his stuff or something?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. But Missy got her own.
We being catfished. Oh, damn. Where's Monte Teo? He knows what to do in this situation.
I've had a taste for catfish, as a matter of fact, for about a month.
But you see now, you could fry it, but you mentioned the grill. Man, some catfish on the grill with maybe some nice asparagus.
Never did catfish on the grill.
Maybe like a little garlic butter.
Never did that. Salmon, maybe some tilapia.
Fish is fish.
I had somebody brought me one time firing up after my pool league when my pool team came over to my crib in Atlanta. Somebody brought some sea bass. You ever had some sea bass?
Oh, it just tastes so different.
Very different.
Very fresh. Very light. I know there's stuff in my mouth, but it's so light and so clean and crisp.
Yeah,
that's the way I would describe it, at least.
It's airy, very airy fish. They have a lot of fat on it at all. It's different. Saltwater fish are very different tasting. And I like freshwater fish because that's just what I was raised on. And you just be what you see, you eat. But somebody brought that over one time. I had somebody brought some mahi over there.
You do realize that saltwater fish are basically born raised and live in brine.
Salt. Yep.
So their meat's gonna be different. It's gonna be, I would say, I don't know if this is scientific, but I would think that on the whole, saltwater fish is more flaky and lighter than freshwater fish. That'd be
I
a
think,
fair hypothesis.
yeah, I think it tastes better on the grill too. Because I had them fried. So I had one of my partners on my team. He had his mom and his parents live in Cocoa Beach, so they got a beachfront property down there. He go down there every
Yeah.
3 months and go fishing, and
Yes,
he
man.
come back with a whole bunch of shit, and he just offloading. He just came over my house one time in his truck and just offloaded. I don't know, probably about 30 big ass fish in my freezer. He was just, I got to find somewhere to get it. You got freezers. And I'm just like, motherfucker, man, you can't put all this shit in my freezer, man. He's like, you can eat it, man. I can't eat it all.
Well, they were
Snapper,
just
everything.
fillets, right?
No, man. Some
He
of that
brought
shit
the actual fish.
Some of the shit wasn't even cut up. He cut up some of it and packaged it, but some of the shit wasn't even cut up as whole fish.
Yeah, you because that you can make the meat go bad if you package it up and it's not prepared.
Where'd you hear that?
When you thaw it out, you are also thawing out the contaminants that weren't washed off. So as you now go to clean it, it's already contaminated. Basically, if you don't, it's like putting away dirty clothes in the drawer. All the clean clothes are not gonna smell funky, but when you pull them out, they still dirty. Before you butcher any kind of beef or steak, you clean it, I would think, before you freeze it, right?
Wait a minute. What
The same with fish. You just can't take it out the water and then freeze it and then thaw it out later, and it's still not gonna be.
Hold on, Trips. I can't let that.
It's different.
What animal is putting dirty clothes in it? It's like a James Brown record just came to life right now in the show. I don't know what you're gonna do, but whatever it is, it's got to be funky.
Speaking of funky, kids?
You just did that to all your clean clothes. You do some shit like that.
Well, kids know what I'm talking about. He sucks at laundry. Miss Nova just send us DM. She tell us all this shit.
You got that whole thing backwards. I'm the laundry guy around here. I just don't fold it. I'm not a fan of that. Somebody else got to fold it. I'll do the laundry.
What's the point in doing the laundry?
Huh?
What's the point in doing the laundry if you're not gonna fold it?
God damn it! I ain't folding it. So that's the deal. That's just how it works.
Fold the clothes.
It's just gonna wind up unfolded and on my person.
Oh man!
So when you take it out the dryer, you just leave it all balled up and shit.
I put it in an area, it gets dealt with, and generally it's worn. I iron my clothes. If I gotta iron it, I gotta iron it.
Those are troubling signs of a sociopath right
there. I've been called much worse. I'm just tell you that right now.
What's going on, kids?
Man, my dog died, boys. Boys, that's why I'm like a little bit. Yeah, I'm out of sorts, man. I didn't even realize, real talk, I didn't even realize it was Wednesday. I was farting around and I jumped on YouTube and I was like, Keza Canuck is live on YouTube. Yo, I should jump in and watch it. Hey, that's me. And so I fucking jumped on the show. But honest to God, my dog, we had to put my dog down today. And my dog, he wasn't with it this past week, man. I knew it was coming. I knew, like, on Saturday I took him out and it was rough. It was rough taking him out just into the backyard. I ain't even talking for a walk or nothing. And he had some diarrhea that was violent. That's all I could really say. And I was like, oh man, like that don't look like you're not having a good date. You know what I mean? And after that, he just kind of had a hard time even getting up. Couldn't get up, couldn't move, wasn't mobile. So it was real tough. Like last 4 days have been real rough around here, man. So unfortunately, we had to make the decision to bring him in, and have him put down, man, because he couldn't move. Sad shit.
Doing it.
What's that?
How the kids handling it?
Well, I'm glad that I'm glad the kids were here, right? Like my daughter had moved out maybe a year ago, and she's sort of back in the house now. My son's back for the next couple of months from the West Coast, so I'm kind of glad everybody was here as a family to be able to sort of deal with this situation together. So better than nothing, but nonetheless an unfortunate, sad situation. Rest in peace, Ruckus. You were a guy. I will miss you for sure. We'll all miss you.
I swear we just had that conversation Sunday.
Did we?
Or last Wednesday? We literally just had that conversation.
I'm not surprised. Somebody, shout out to Shorty. I have to give Shorty a shout out. Because it's like he brought up his dog like kind of going this way a couple of months, like maybe 6 months ago. Might even be a year ago. But and then he showed a picture of his dog. And no word of a lie, our dogs could be twin brothers. Like they look exactly the same. I was like, holy smokes, how old is he? He's like, he's 14 years old. I was like, my dog's 15. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna happen for both of these dogs. They're very up in age. 15, 14 years old. That's like pushing 100 plus. You know what I mean?
So as man and dog he is.
Oh man, trust me. He was he'd lived a long, happy life. So same with Shorty. So we kind of chopped it up maybe a year ago about this. We got real deep. But for some reason, and I asked him about his dog. I was just in the chat there maybe last week, and I asked him about his dog just because I don't know, things were just looking a little bit shaky for Ruckus. And he's like, oh yeah, he's hanging in there, he's doing all right. And like after I asked him that question, just these last 5 to 6 days, my guy couldn't even get up. It was not a good look. He stopped eating, wasn't eating any food, and I'm talking like I chefed up some steak. And I think that was like what I was telling. Yeah, on Sunday I was saying I had some surf and turf, so we had some steak. So I sliced up some steak for him. You know what I mean? You feed a dog steak, he's eating good. He wasn't even having it, man. He didn't even give it he didn't even give a shit that there was steak right in his face. Couldn't care less. And I was like, you know what I mean?
Like, dogs, I got to tell you, kids, and this is not to be over top of your story, but I ain't never told y'all this, man, but my dog passed at about 11 years old. He had stomach cancer.
Oh no.
Man, I mean that happened like 10 years ago, man, but just talking about it right now, it hurts now. You know what I mean? Like my dog, I'm not like your average dog owner, man. Like I really love my guy, man. You know what I mean? It's like he was part of me, man. He went through some stuff with me, man. I went through a hard time in my life, and that dog was right there through it all. And when he went, before he went, man, he was hurting so bad, and I was just like, I gotta go take him I gotta see what's going on. He just whimpered and whined all day, all night. I finally take him to the vet, and it's just like it's gonna cost me like $7,000 to $10,000.
Yeah.
And I didn't have it, and I think that's what pained me so bad. And I think that's where part of it came from. My mourning came from the fact that I could not take care of him. Like I could have, if I'd have had the money, I would have been able to get that out of him and at least get a few years out of him some more. But I didn't have it, and that hurt my soul, man. It hurt my soul. I cried like a baby, man.
Yeah, a little bit of tears going on in the house. Everybody's sad. Respect their scrolls, man. I'm sad to hear about the other two, man. But I'm glad Poncho's still up and active and kicking. Those Chihuahuas, man.
Oh,
those Chihuahuas, they go hard, man. They live a good life, man. So shout out to you for that.
So keep that.
It was
Chihuahua.
It was crazy, man. I don't know. Just came out of the blue. But again, we all knew it was coming and expected it at some point. It was almost as if he kind of waited for my son to come back and for everybody to be in the house to
Yeah. Oh, that's good. But now, how long before somebody comes in with a puppy?
God
Don't
damn
do
it.
that shit, Kaz. Just put yourself to the side for a second. Be a little selfless, man.
Selfless?
Yes. It's just the right thing to do as the head of the
I thought I had to check. I thought you said be a little
all kind of fuck yous.
I thought you said be a little selfish, and I was like, oh, I get to be selfish.
No.
I was so happy for a second, and then
can I tell you something as friends and men? Sometimes as the head of the household, you have to be a little selfless and do things for the family as the head of the household when you got something like that going on.
How do you think the dog got here in the first place?
Well, I know it wasn't your ass.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But now it's time for you to bring home some loving.
That's what selflessness is about, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. I've been like parent as
Go
a
get
parent.
A goddamn puppy, man. Or I'm gonna hurt you.
No, all you gotta do, kids, is load up the family, go to the city pound, tell them to get out, and then just no, I'm not coming in with you. Just hurry the fuck up, and then they'll go inside and they'll come back out, and I'll be happy and shit. And you'll be like, yeah, I know you all love me. I know.
I want nothing to do with this conversation, man. I'm so real about this. Let me explain now. So
it's a time in every man's life.
The fact of the matter is, I'm Jamaican. We don't really have pets. Like, I don't know how many Jamaicans you know under normal pretenses. They don't have pets.
I know a couple of them with dogs, man.
Really, do? Okay.
Yeah.
Normally, because dogs just run rampant and free out on the island, you don't bring them in the house. You just leave them outside. If you want to play with the dog, you go outside and play with the dog. No reason to have a pet in the house. It's just weird. It's just not something that Jamaicans generally do. So as a kid, I didn't have no pets. I never had a pet. My kids have had, I'm going to say, good Lord, they've probably had close to 13 pets at this point, including the dog. So, I mean, there's selfishness has been in full effect mode for the last 25 years. Like, I gotta say that. Now, I'm not really trying to have a dog again, but, and here are the buts now.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? Because obviously this is raw and visceral and today.
You like him and you cannot lie. Go ahead.
There's certain things about a dog that I know I'm gonna miss over the course of the next couple of, next little while. For sure. So the one thing about a dog, when you leave the house and you come back, no matter who's in the house, one person gives a shit that you came back, and it's your dog. He gives a shit. He's right there with you saying, what's up? You know what I mean? Wagging, he's happy. That's something you can't really replace, man. It's just one of those weird things that, and you said something too, man, Nomad, that I've been thinking all day, and it's just, yeah, I've been through some crazy shit with this dog. Just life shit, and he, there's no, true unconditional love you'll get from a dog. You know what I mean? You'll get it from a pet in that scenario. So, maybe is where I'm at right now, but like I'm leaning towards.
I'll tell you one thing about a dog and its spirit, and if you're any kind of responsible as a human, like I remember early in his life, I was in a real bad way, man. When I say in a bad way, it was just situation after situation. Shit was compiling on me, and somebody near me was testing me, man. And anybody that knows me knows I'm cool as shit. I'm loving, I'm happy. I just have a good time with people. I just love people. But don't take that kindness for weakness. And when you do that, I'm bad fucking news. And whether you knew that or not, you about to find out. And I was going to literally do something to a guy. And it wasn't good. He was about to find out the bad side of me. And I was in that space. Man, I went inside, and let's just say, I had some things around my house that I was about to pick up and go back out there and go handle that. And my dog looked at me and got in front of the door. And he just sat there and he looked right in my face and started whimpering and came to me and just put his head in my lap, into my pit of my stomach, and he just was like, "Don't. Who gonna take care of me?" That was kind of the energy I got from him. It's just like they know, man. They effing know. And for no other reason, it's your that animal is your spirit, just kind of unadulterated, without all the filters that we live with as human beings, all the stuff that we let get in our heads. Those dogs are natural. That's all they are instincts. They are all instincts. So is a cat. They're all instincts. They know when something's up. And so I'm just giving you one area in my life and time in my life when my dog was extremely valuable. He was also a protector, but he was protecting me from myself. And so if you do it for no other reason, remember that, man. It's always going to be a time when you might be in a bad way, man. That dog's going to take care of you, man. Every fucking time.
Well, those are the thoughts. And again, it would be nice to have a little bit less hair about the building. You know what I mean? That's just
that doesn't share, man. Get an American Bulldog or something. They don't share.
You know what's funny? So Ruckus was part American Bulldog, part lab, but the lab took over. It's really the end of the story. So there's hair all over the place, but it is whatever, man. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it was just rough little situation that we had to deal with as a family. We're walking through it, working through it. My wife going crazy. She I bought a chair, and the chair came in a bag. I took the chair out the bag and put the bag down. She came outside. She's like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "What are you freaking out about?" She's like, "You need to move that." I was like, "What, this bag?" "Yeah, okay." I was bound to move it anyway. She's like, "Wow, like, kind of look like the dog." I was like, "All right, you're going off the deep end now. You know what I mean? You gotta go sit down somewhere and deal with this." But yeah, it's gonna be rough in the building for a little bit.
You know how many stripes you earn as a parent and as a husband by doing something like that?
But doing something like what?
She's probably listening. She's like, that bastard's gonna go get a puppy and think he's the man. I'm gonna go beat his ass too.
Oh, I don't need to see. My kids are grown. You see, I don't need to earn.
It doesn't matter how old they get. It's just
I'm just saying, like, I don't need brownie points now.
It's principle, man. It's principle.
Brownie points 10 years ago, sure, okay, maybe. But
is the bowl still down? Food and water bowl?
Oh man, that was the other thing that hit us coming back into the house. Like, right away, it was like, oh, there's no water in there. We got to go and fill the water bowl. What? Ah, shit. Yeah. So we'll have to do stuff with that, get rid of his food and all that. So yeah, like I say, it's a little raw today, a little raw. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's a stark, harsh new reality, and I know I got to go out for business at the end of beginning of June again. And when I go and come back, as soon as I come in the door, he's right there waiting for me, happy. And this will be the first time I'm coming back, and ain't shit gonna go on. I'm gonna be like, oh fuck,
It takes some time, man. I'll tell you this also. One of the things I learned over time, and I had to correct one of my homeboys probably about 5 years ago. He went and got the fam a dog from the I don't know, from the kennel where they they try to adopt them out. And he said, that dog is lucky. I said, no, motherfucker, you lucky. Man, what you talking about? I said, you gonna see. At some point, you gonna see. He's like you, kids. He's just like, what do I need with a goddamn dog? But he's kind of like your situation, but his kids are a little bit younger. You know what I mean? But exactly like your situation. And I told him, I said, and it took him about a good 3 years before he said something to me after he got the dog. I forgot I said that to him. And he brought it back up. And I was just like, see, the dog is the greatest gift you can give to people. It's like, man, you can't get better. You don't get no love, don't come better than that.
No, and I know what you mean. Same token, like I say, I'm not really like, I got the dog for the family. You know what I mean, for the wife and the kids. It wasn't for me. And over time, it was just like, oh shit, like this is my dog, and I clearly have to be the dog guy now. So you know what I mean. You do the dog thing. You get close to the dog. Everything is cool. Becomes your best friend. You go on walks with them again. Love it. I don't know if I really want to go do that again. Right now, I'm kind of leaning towards I probably will, and that sucks. I'll just be honest.
You gotta be.
It kind of sucks, but
that attitude, man.
So, but now, are you now? I know it's early and don't want to be too insensitive, but like you a Roddy kind of guy, a Mastiff kind of guy, a Chihuahua, or just kind of a mutt with personality?
So Ruckus was more of a mutt with personality. I'll give you that. At this point, it kind of depends. Like I don't mind a Roddy. My brother-in-law he's had 2 Roddies now, and they were great dogs. Like both of them are great dogs. The only thing about the Roddy is he will jump your ass when you come over to visit. Like he will. But after that, he'll calm down. He's cool. It's just
they do get hip issues.
Well, and this is what happened to this. That's kind of like a normal thing. The older they get, just dogs in general. You know what I mean? The bigger the dog, odds are that those back hips will go, and if they go, they're kind of cooked. Like that's really what happened to Ruck over the course of a week. Like he's had the hip issues for the better part of a year plus, but just this past week, he couldn't even get up and stabilize at all. And that's no way to live for a dog.
And Roddy, like 8 to 10 years, 12-year life expectancy.
A little bit less. But I'm starting to lean a little bit towards a Roddy, to be honest with you. Maybe a pit, but it would have to be a smaller one. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea, man.
Can I give you a funny story? When my dog was kind of like a juvenile, he was in between puppy and big dog. He just probably, I don't even know if he just raised his legs by that point and started pissing. But man, I let my sister keep him. I had to go out of town for something, and I ain't had to do shit, man. My sister just fell in love with the dog, and she just wanted to take him back to school with her. And she's just like, please, please, please. I'm like, all right, fuck, take the dog. Okay, what can go wrong? You know what I mean? He done bullied her. He done bullied her and her damn roommate, and he's just up in there raising all kind of hell. He's pissed off. He's having fun with him because they doing all kind of fun shit with him. She's got like 2 and 3 roommates and shit, so they fucking love the dog. And he's spoiled, but he's still mad at me. And this is like, I didn't even realize he was so mad at me for leaving him or letting him go for like 3-4 days. So I get him back. Man, I'm outside. I take him out where we usually go, let him run around and do his thing out there. He's ripping and running. I turn my back on him. Man, this son of a gun just literally took off for about 80 yards away, full speed. And that's just how he was at that age, just full speed, just trucking. And I had my back turned, I'm on the phone. Next thing you know, I'm like 8 feet in the fucking air. Flip. He just flipped me completely over. From behind too. And luckily, I flipped all the way over and landed flat on my stomach. Because if it had gone any other way, I might have broke my damn neck or something, man. Look at this. He was mad at me and he knew he did wrong and got like a football field away from me and wouldn't budge. He just would not. It took me about an hour to get him to realize, all right, man, you ain't getting punished, man. I know you mad at me, but that's how a dog will show you that they're a little upset with you. He just submarined me, man. Like I thought I was on a fucking football field again. I was like, you mother.
Those Roddies and other dogs will, get those attitudes, roll their eyes at you. But Roddies will, give you that, that what for, that fuck you, and then be like, oh, I really didn't mean that. I love you. I was just mad. You know what I'm saying? You with the thing, the toy, you took it. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Can I have dinner now?
I mean, how many dogs you got, Scrolls? You got American Bulldog too.
Named Mocha. The Andrew Billings of dogs. That's kind of
She's the run stopper.
She's wide through the hips.
Hey, Scrolls,
man.
Scrolls, my dog, he got so big. That guy got up to 165, man.
Ooh.
And he wasn't fat. He just had a big, huge head and a big body, man. He was kind of like slightly bow-legged. And so he was just muscular because all I did was take him and let him rip and run. He chasing everything. That's all he did his whole life was just run and run. And he just got so muscular and big, like people would stop and honk horns. But that guy, let me tell you, you talking about personality, bro. I'll let you know, like I had a Rottweiler too a long time ago, but those dogs, most bull terrier kind of dogs and Rottweilers, they don't really need any protection training. I mean, you gotta taper down some things so they're not aggressive towards everybody, but the natural protection instincts kick in like early in that dog's life. So you're getting that from day one. If you get a Rott or American Bulldog, anything like that, they will protect. And you ain't got to tell them to.
They're also super, super loyal. Like Roddy's super loyal. And like I say, like my brother-in-law's latest Roddy, he brought over, I think, man, like they just got him. Like he couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks old. And after just meeting me at that age, we're best friends. You know what I mean? Like anytime he sees me, he's like, "Yo, what's up?" You know what I mean? Like he's coming to get me, and it's pretty crazy, man. But
if untrained, Patrick, I train dogs. I would love to get a trained. Well, not get a train, but train or get a train. Belgian Malinois.
Ooh.
They kind of look like German Shepherds, but a little different.
Those are some beasts.
Yeah, smart, very intelligent, athletic, but don't have to be out ripping and running, all day, every day. They don't have a lot of that energy to burn. For they're very tactical minded dogs as well.
They are. They will rip something up if they ain't trained right.
Yeah. That's more my speed right there.
Yeah, Patrick, any dog behaviors that you ever seen that's bad, blame the owner. Blame the owner. Because you got to teach that out of them. You got to coach that kind of stuff out of them. It's early socialization with smaller animals, smaller people like kids, early socialization as much as possible. And just, let them know on command when I need you to do this. They look
when you train dogs and kids, like dogs that you've seen and everybody in the chat, whether it be on the Nomad Network, on Kids of Canuck, or Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS. For those of you that have had dogs, did you train them to the point that you could, at feeding time, put food in their dish and they would sit there patiently until you gave the command to eat? Or would they, like knock you over as you're pouring the food out? Like they ran shit. How did you handle feeding time? Did you have that they'll sit and go, snap and then eat? Or how'd you handle that?
I'll tell you this. You got to start doing that right away. Right away, you start doing that as a small puppy. I mean, if you do nothing but put your hand in the food, and while they're eating it, they're used to your hand being present, they won't get food aggressive. You don't want a food aggressive dog. And, one of the things I used to do with my dog, and then I start coaching him out of it, is messing with him with his toys and shit. Like if I gave him a pig ear or a chew bone or something like that, I would fake like I'm going to reach and take it from him and watch him growl, and I get a kick out of that. But I was just like, let me stop that, because you never know when one of my relatives are around and he's got one of his bones or something, and one of these kids go reaching for it, he go off. And so early in his life, I had about 3 months of fun with that, but then I coached him out of that. And so when they have things that they covet, whether it be food, whether it be toys, chew toys, anything like that, make sure that that's got some socialization going on with it as well early. Because if you don't, you turn your back and you got people around, kids come around, they go grabbing for the dog's toy. Next thing you know, you got an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see what you did now, Triple R, you motherfucker.
What's that?
So she's watching the show, and you're baiting me and getting it done. Between the two of you, I hate both of y'all right now.
Hold on, man. We just trying to get you to do the right thing, man.
But we got cute feet, so it's all right.
Mitzi, we trying to be a positive influence on them. We trying to be. Shut up, Chris.
Miss Nova said we put our hand in his bowl from a putt. Also, do the cover the food thing, hand in the bowl.
We trying to be some kind of positive influence on him, Mitzi, as best we can, man. But he's very let's just say he's a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I'm something. But
iron sharpens iron, and we be an iron up in here. Oh, speaking of kids, just check your Twitter messages real quick.
Okay.
Because I was breaking news to Nomad earlier, and I guess maybe many in the chat and you as well that the Bears did sign a couple guys.
Did they really?
Oh, hey Trips, get the names because I was just looking at video. I ain't getting no names. I seen the safety. I just forget his name. I think it's Anthony Johnson or something.
Yeah, Anthony was it Tom Johnson Jr. And then the running back is Salvan Ahmed.
Yeah.
Didn't we have him for a little bit at some point?
No.
Are you sure?
Man,
he was.
I know he's in Miami. He was in Miami for a bit. But I swear
talking about the running back or the safety.
Running back, the Salvan Ahmed. I swear he was with the Bears for a little bit.
If he was, I don't remember.
I don't think he ever saw the field, mind you, but I think he was in like she says keep it up. Anyways, I think he was during the Nagy regime for like a minute. Let me double check on that.
All right, but while you do that, he's known for his explosive speed. He's a receiving threat out of the backfield. He's dangerous in space. He's a perfect fit for Ben Johnson's offense. And our running backs coach, Eric Studsville, was in Miami and had Ahmed with him for 4 years, in the running back room.
Kids,
so he's quite familiar with him.
Kids, before you respond to that breakdown, Trish, put that breakdown in your pocket for a minute while we get to some food and drinks right quick and all that kind of stuff, and then we'll get right back to it.
All right, let's do that, and I'm just going to take a quick peek at young Mr. Ahmed.
All right, kids, well, take your eyes off that for a second so we can be talkative about this, man. We're gonna get into some drinks.
We good.
I want to do food or drinks first. I'll let y'all call it.
Yeah, we just go through them, get them.
All right, let's get some drinks going on, man. Anybody that wants to can go right ahead.
Harvey Wallbanger. Met who? Mrs. Coathanger. In the apartment of the department, down with the upper down closet department.
Whose lyrics y'all on?
That was PRT, Poor Righteous Teachers.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we went old school. Ingredients: orange juice, Galliano liquor, orange slice, maraschino cherry, orange juice, vodka, and ice. Now, what is Galliano liquor? What is that?
It's Galliano it's an Italian liqueur. It's an Italian liqueur.
Galliano,
like citrus flavor or something like that. Like this, like I might drink this because I'll drink a screwdriver. It sounds like a screwdriver with a lime.
Dressed up screwdriver.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like to me. But I'll drink this.
Yeah, I would, substitute the vodka for scotch. But yeah, I'd fuck with it.
Like I'm with you. I wouldn't put scotch. I'd go with a dark rum. That's what I usually.
Or a dark rum, or even a whiskey.
Yeah.
Any kind of a scotch, whiskey, rum, they're kind of pretty much interchangeable, like vodka and gin to me.
Yeah.
I think something like this, which is probably a screwdriver, might have been my first handful of mixed drinks I ever had in my life.
Definitely. For me, it was crazy. So I got smacked in the eye with a shovel, and I was basically blind in one eye. And my parents didn't clue into the fact that I was blind up until like later in the day. Meanwhile, like we're at a party. They brought me to this party, you know, people everywhere drinking, everything's cool. And they're like, oh shit, like my kid's blind. We got to go to the hospital. So, so they took me to the hospital. I got patched up and we make our way back to the party. Somebody gives me a nice tall glass of orange juice with ice. I got to go to the washroom. So I go to the washroom. I put this on the bar and the bartender makes a screwdriver and puts it right beside for somebody else. Somebody else disappears. So I come back out the washroom. I'm 6. So take a big old gulp of that and realize, yeah, not only am I blind, but I'm also drunk. So it's a great day as a 6-year-old. So that was definitely my first little taste of booze. Second was clearly some red stripe, but yeah, God love the screwdriver.
You know, I just my college days were different, man. There's a lot of beer and more of it because it's just beer was just free all the time. You know what I mean? Anywhere I went, it's always beer around. So college days were just a lot of damn beer. But once I became a regular citizen, start working for a living and doing all that kind of stuff, and I always heard about happy hour. I didn't know what it was. I had no concept of it. Then I get to a job, kind of my first full-time job, and I hear next thing you know, relations starting to develop and stuff. You know, people starting to like each other, people inviting you out for a drink or two, all that kind of stuff going on. And get to a happy hour. I'm like, what is a happy hour? They're like, you don't know what happy hour is? Come on, man, we take it. All that kind of stuff. And one of the place that we went to, like the mixed wells, that's what they call them here. Like if you go to a happy hour, I call it mixed well. And they had a variety of stuff, but dang on Harvey Wallbanger and the screwdriver. Man, I think they just put more liquor in those for whatever reasons. I think because the ladies like them.
Mm-hmm.
But man, bro, I had a ball drinking these bad boys. I probably drank more screwdrivers than bangers, but man, those are some good nights, man. Screwdriver will get you there, man.
Oh man, dog, I you'll catch me drinking screwdrivers on a regular basis to this day. And I like I say, I drink it with a dark Appleton's rum. Love that shit. So Galliano liqueur it's a sweet vanilla flavored, with some subtle substance, citrus and herbs type blend. So that's what Galliano is. It's definitely Italian, but I can see what they're doing here. Just a little bit of a sweeter version of a screwdriver, and I'm good with the cherry. I'm not a big fan of the cherries, but
well, I would even do a spiced rum.
Yeah, man, that's what I use. So the dark Appleton spice. That's exactly what I do.
Okay, yeah, nice.
It gives it a really nice flavor, but that's
well, I mean, because there's like tequilas, like whiskeys, bourbons, scotches. There's a lot of different rums. You can go just straight up light rum. You can go to dark rum. You can go to the dark spice rum. But the specific spice would be good with that vanilla.
Yeah, I find the spice rum is almost a little bit sweeter. That's just me. I'm not sure if there's any sort of sugar in it or anything like that,
No,
but
it's definitely got a sweet component to it.
Yeah.
I haven't had one in a long time, but I definitely remember that.
I swear by it. I love it. That's my shit. That's what I do.
Cool.
All right, that's the Harvey Wallbanger. You guys, this next one is right up your guys' alley.
What do we got?
You about to see.
Ooh, this one's just for me. Caribbean Breeze Blast. Oh, you're going right into Caribbean Queen. Good old Billy Ocean. And ingredients: lime, blue Caraco. Ooh, yeah, straight up me for sure. Pineapple juice, simple syrup, lime juice, coconut rum, ice shaker. So, man,
another different rum.
He gonna say he don't like the coconut rum. You tripping?
So I'm not so let me say it the right way though. So I'm not a fan of coconut flavored things. I'll eat coconut. It's taking me
Get lost in this drink, kids.
So coconut rum is a different thing though. So I like for the life of me again, not it's messed up again. My family's from an island. There's coconuts and bananas everywhere, pineapples too. But I don't generally fuck with coconuts and bananas. I don't necessarily like them. Over the years, up to now, more recently, I've grown a bit of an appreciation for coconut. I can stand coconut, but coconut rum is a different deal, y'all. Coconut rum is delicious, and it's like the exception to the rule, given all the stuff that all the reasons. Coconut for me is more of a texture thing. I don't like the texture of coconut, but again, artificial coconut flavoring for me, it just throws me off. If it's real coconut flavoring, it's actually delicious. Anyways, all that to say, this stuff here, coconut rum,
hey, bro,
so good.
You ever want to know who Nomad is, and you're curious, like, and he never shows himself? This is me. This is me in spirit right here. You see on the screen. Everything about this picture, everything about this drink, everything about the aura of this graphic is Nomad. This is me. I had this at Sandals. Somebody made this for me because somebody asked me if I've ever had it. And I'm just like, people making me drinks all damn day. Like, okay, what? No, I don't know what a Caribbean breeze is. It's very stereotypical for an island drink. You know, if you at a resort or somewhere like that, you find them everywhere. But oh God, it's good. Oh my God, it's good.
But do you also know what really sets these drinks off? The goddamn crushed ice. As opposed to cubes.
Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah, that crushed ice is just different. It's like drinking a slushy almost, I guess.
Almost is the best part of that sentence, because it's not a slushy.
Right.
You know, slush kind of like the slush kind of, I don't know, man. It like absorbs the liquid. This kind of,
but it just seems like there's more icy surface area because there's more ice as opposed to bigger cubes that you got to stir it around.
So true.
And so, like, as you drink the slushy-esque drinks, you know, they're colder.
Bro, imagine this shit on the beach at night. You're playing, breeze coming off the water. And you just out, you're under a hut, and everybody's having a good time, and this thing is just going down so good. I mean, Lord, this is so good.
Man, you got your sativas.
Man, bro,
I have to make some of this sooner or later, because I generally have at least 4 of these ingredients in my house at all times. You know what I mean?
I'd say I've done this once since the island. I just say I'm gonna be heavy-handed on the pineapple. That's just me and my.
Oh yeah,
that's me. That's
okay.
I'm a pineapple guy. But yeah, man, this is so god doggone good. I think I'm gonna have to make it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make this more often now. I just talked myself into it just now.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, this sounds great, man. Like I say, I generally have a lime, blue Curaçao, lime juice, and ice available at all times. There's usually some level of rum, but I'll go spring for some coconut rum just to make this work. I don't know about the simple syrup though. I'll have to find some of that.
Yeah, I mean, you may, depending on your, like the simple syrup you get, you know, how about that? You know, there's all kinds of different simple syrups. You got the bland simple syrups, you got the flavored simple syrups, you got all kinds of simple syrups. You know, me, I'm more of a citrus guy. You know, I'm going for something like that, especially when it comes to a mixed drink. That's just me, man. This is like, especially like if you and your lady like to enjoy a little time together, and you just want to, you ain't even got to be doing nothing intimate. Just the intimacy is y'all together. You know, I'm doing something you enjoy together. And if it's just that, this is just so cool to do as a guy. You know what I mean? Just make this for you and your lady, or whoever. And man, it's such a good time. It just like that drink is good from the top to the bottom, all the way down to the ice, and you eating that ice. You eating that ice. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
good. So good, man. I can look at this picture for the rest of the night because this is truly me, man. This right here is me. I haven't been to an island in so long, man. It just reminds me that I need to step my game up so I can get back to that environment.
All right, I got a question though before we move on. I thought it was a tequila sunrise at first because of the redness at the bottom. But
Mhm.
looking at these ingredients, what the hell's red at the bottom?
Such a great question because Blue Caraco is blue as fuck. I don't know how it got this particular color scheme.
It probably is the tone of the picture or something.
Okay.
Toning, I guess. I don't know, but that's just. I mean, what the simple syrup could have had some red in it. I don't know.
Oh, maybe that's actually a good call. That might be where you got the red from. But yeah,
because I would. That's why I was looking for where's the grenadine. Because that's normally
that's what it looks like at the bottom, right? It does look like there's grenadine at the bottom. But
I wonder if they consider grenadine a simple syrup because I do.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah, because that's what grenadine is. It just happens to be red.
Yeah.
Yep. You can put that shit in everything. Anything you can mix up. You put that grenadine in anything, it's gonna spruce up that drink.
So there's your simple syrup right there.
Man, this is so beautiful, man. This is this is spirit me on an image, man. All right, I got to get off of this, man, because I'm lost in my own head right now. Get to some food real quick. All right,
what do we eat?
See, kids, you might like this.
I probably would actually. And like, just put the word stew beside a meat, and I'm pretty much in. So let's see what we're looking at here. This is the fish stew. Ingredients: olive oil, chopped onion, minced garlic, stewed tomato. Yeah, man. Tomato paste, clam juice, oregano, thyme, Tabasco sauce, and fish of your choice. And I would think like a tilapia or maybe
might go with white
any kind of walleye, tilapia.
Walleye would be a good call.
Any white fish will do here.
Yeah.
Any kind of a bass.
Yeah.
Sea bass will go here.
Okay. Shit, if you got you went out and you got you a bushel of smelts.
You wild for that one.
Smelts ain't nothing but grown up sardines.
Yeah, I know you. That's why I'm saying you wild. Because every time we talk about fish, you go there.
Well, but you think of like, look at the, the picture wise, it's more of the fillets.
Yeah.
So any fish that you can fillet, get a fillet off of there, can go into a stew. Because we were talking earlier about the difference in taste and flavor between salt and freshwater fish. Fish stew don't damn matter because it's all gonna taste like fish.
Yeah, and you'll get a fair amount of salt. I'm sure you're gonna put some salt in there, like the clam.
And then also it's not the is it perch that has the bones that are basically their spines, that are harder to choke on than like the catfish little bones.
Perch is pretty bony.
Yeah.
Well, what's the ones that they come with the steaks that are like around a bone?
That's salmon.
I'm about a buffalo.
Yeah, like a buffalo. Like you chop those, into steaks and put that in there and let that stew it all up.
Fishbone soup. That's a meal all within itself.
Well, yeah, but I would try and avoid just put the actual any kind of choke on a bones in there.
Hey, kids, you might be surprised to hear that the first time the concept of a fish stew was foreign to me until I got to Jamaica.
You're not like a fish guy, though, right? You're not a big fish guy.
I wasn't all the time, man. I'm more. Yeah. I'm becoming more of a fish guy. But my mother made catfish all the time when I was a kid, so that's about the catfish, perch. That was her thing. And maybe some whiting here and there.
Well, but the only problem with this is, it'll fill you up initially when you eat it because of the volume, but there's not a lot that's going to stick to you. This is like a beef stew.
If you notice, look at the background. We're in the island somewhere. You don't want to eat heavy. You don't want to eat heavy. You're having a good time. You want to eat a little bit light. You might have to go back and eat a little bit again at some point, but you want to keep it light as you're moving through the evening, man, because you start getting all them big ass meals. When you're trying to have a good time, man, it's gonna sack your ass.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, but yes, all that drinking and all this stewy stuff, you have some serious diarrhea.
Not if your body ain't used to fish, yeah, you can have a problem
here. Yeah. Then all of that, all them sugars and sweets and laying on the beaches, you know you ain't hydrating. Oh yeah, it's gonna be some serious island diarrhea going on.
It's got a lot of salt in it. You know, the one that I ate had a lot of salt in it, which definitely helped me throughout the night. Now, somebody might ask the question, like, hey, if it's a fish stew, what the hell you need? You got fish in it. What do you need with clam juice? If you don't know what like a fish oil or any kind of fish juice would add to the flavor profile of any stew or soup, then you just don't know.
Well, that's like clam juice. You ain't got that. You use fish sauce.
Yeah. You like read my mind, dog. Like, it was exactly what I was thinking. You put fish sauce is one of them things I didn't really know about until I started eating Thai food. And I was like, what is this? And they're like, oh, it's a fish sauce. So I start to bless my Thai food with fish sauce, and man, it just turns it up. And then I went back to the Thai food spot. I was like, hey, can you give me some of the fish sauce and like a little side package of fish sauce? And the lady looked at me. She's like, what do you know about fish sauce? Like, baby, I know about my fish sauce, man. She's like, okay. And she like hooked it up. Blessed me up. You know what I'm saying? She blessed me up with that fish sauce. It is a thing, that stuff.
Hey, you know what, kids and trips, you wouldn't like, that's one way to know whether or not, like, let's just say if the person that you're dealing with is someone that's been somewhere, it might be simply this person comes from some coastal area of the world. They just know about fish sauce. They just do, but that's a good, like, let's just say we talking about African Americans. You go to some African American lady's house or some white lady's house, and she's got fish sauce around in her cupboard or something like that, or in the refrigerator. You know she's been around.
Yeah. That white lady puts spice in her food. She sees something from me.
Yeah. But you see, a lot of people get scared of fish sauce because of its pungent aroma.
Yeah.
Don't smell
it. And it's like, don't trip about that. Yeah, it smells like rotten fish, but it doesn't taste like rotten fish.
No, it's delicious.
Yeah, it enhances your food. Let's just say it does not taste like it smells.
No.
And then you can, because when there's either rotting fish or a restaurant using fish sauce, if you go out the back, coming through the alley, because you can smell it.
Trust me, if any average person that never had fish sauce and is going to try fish sauce for the first time, if they smell it first, they'll be on restriction from fish sauce.
Don't put your nostrils. It's like inhaling smelling sauce.
Yeah, you will never understand the joy if that's the first thing you do is smell it.
Girls are saying mix.
And look at our red baron here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Mix some fish sauce with vinegar and diced jalapenos for a dip. I'm so in. I'm gonna do that like real soon. I have some fish sauce in the fridge.
That sounds bitter and
definitely got to. Oh, I'm missing
I might throw some cucumbers in there with that.
That's something that's one of those dips that make that that sourpuss face.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I've been using a lot of shrimp paste and shit like that, fish sauce, here and there, man. But I can't tell again. I cannot tell my girlfriend about it.
Oh, you keep it low. She doesn't mess with fish too much either, right?
Hey, Trips think I'm an asshole for doing that.
You are, but that's another story.
I mean, I'm an asshole for doing that, man.
I'm just saying, it's like, so you can't sneak shit in people's food, like you just can't. And
she like, come on, man.
If she doesn't, what she don't know won't kill her.
I mean, if you don't know the ingredients, that's not
on a liver. It won't. You know what I mean? But if she finds out and she's pissed off, she's got a full right, all the right in the world to be.
She caught me one
But then
time.
you got also the right to be like, oh, you remember that shit you don't like? Well, you love it.
You love it. So
yeah.
I have. That's how. So rice and peas, staple of all Caribbean dishes, is made with coconut. It is. I've been eating rice and peas my entire life. I don't touch coconut at all. I just finished telling y'all I don't mess with coconut or bananas. So I come in the kitchen. I must have been 12. Come in the kitchen. Mama's cooking up rice and peas, and she's shaving in some coconut. I was like, and I lost it. I was like, "What are you doing?" You know what I mean? Like, I can't eat this. What are you doing? She looked at me. She's like, "Baby, I would put coconut in your rice and peas for 12 years. You just didn't know. You just weren't in the kitchen while I was making them. There's been coconut in it forever.
And
Why
if
do you
she
think
left
there's
it out,
coconut
you
in
would
the
look at
fridge?
her. If she left it out, you would eat it and be like, "Something wrong with this, grandma."
You're damn. I would notice it immediately. You would notice it so fast, man. But anyways, you know. So moral of the story is my mama did the same thing you were doing to your girlfriend. She did it to me for my whole life, and it was very upsetting and traumatic. But I'm over it.
This
and
is the same
it's great.
Kids, this is the same lady that didn't want anything to do with bell pepper. Now she can't. Yeah, she goes and makes a bowl of cereal. She gonna throw some of them shits in there. You know, that's
stuffed peppers are a new thing.
That's the kind of shit I'm talking about, man. So it's like you gotta constantly culture somebody to these flavors, man, and get them used to it. And they don't know, you know what I mean? She can't do nothing without bell peppers now. Nothing. When I met her,
well, part of that comes with, the maturity of the palate, of the taste buds. It's like,
yep,
I like this now.
Yeah, that's right.
And then there's a whole lot of, I don't like that stuff. It's like, well, yeah, you do. No, I don't. But you like this dish, and that dish, and all three of them get that stuff in it. And it's like, no, they don't. Like, yeah, they do. And it's like, but it don't taste like it smells. Like, true statement.
Trips, I didn't think I wanted nothing else to do with cabbage for the rest of my life. Cabbage and greens, because my mother made them so much when I was a kid. And until I got to the island again, the cabbage that came with the rice and peas and the oxtails there, the curry chicken and all that, the Caribbean cabbage is kind of different, man. It's just kind of different, man. And I had to have it after that. You know what I mean? So it just like sometimes a little experience here, a little experience there might redirect your whole mind. You know what I mean? Just take the experience for what it's worth, whatever it is. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but for me, I don't know if it's any Tabasco sauce people in the house, but I'm a Tabasco sauce person, especially when it comes to soups and stews. They had some on the table when I had mine in Jamaica, and I'm still a Tabasco person when it comes to soups and stews now. I don't care what soup or stew it is.
Are you sure it's Tabasco or was it Scotch
No,
bonnet?
it's Tabasco right there on the table, bro.
Okay.
Open up sciences right up.
No Tabasco people?
I can take I like Tabasco. It's fine. I like
not enough for you, is it?
You know it ain't. I like Scotch bonnet now, man. Scotch bonnet is like.
What about the green? You tried the green Tabasco yet?
Yeah, I've had both for sure. The green's a little bit. I know what you're saying though. Green's a little bit more of a kick, but it ain't. Scotch bonnet Scotch bonnet is a good kick.
That Scotch bonnet would take me probably the rest of my entire life to get used to the heat.
Yeah.
I prefer more of just the flavor, like a Frank's or a Valentina. Or because like going into a Mexican restaurant, I mess with the red sauce, but not that green. That green is too much.
All right, that's the fish stew, you guys. We got one more dish to do real quick. I got a feeling it's about to make some fans here. We'll see.
Oh, a Tex-Mex burger. Ingredients: olive oil, chopped jalapenos, minced garlic, lettuce, guacamole, pico de gallo carne asada seasoning, more pico de gallo, pepper jack cheese, and ground beef.
My bag on the extra pico de gallo. I didn't realize.
What exactly is pico de gallo? Could somebody explain that to me?
All the onions and tomatoes shit you see on the top of it?
Onion, tomato, cilantro, in oil.
Wait a minute, kid.
Right. Okay.
Some Latino person gonna beat this shit out of you the minute they see you on the street.
I'm from Canada, dog. You mean I get a pass? I got a full pass. Trust me.
That's an insult to Latino people everywhere.
Look,
you have to ask what pico is.
Say what?
You have to ask what pico is. Yeah, you're gonna get whipped.
I've had pico, but I don't know what's in the pico.
Yeah, because pico's good. It's a good condiment on the thing, but no man talking about kids about to piss off some Hispanics about pico. I'm about to piss them all off because I am not a guacamole fan.
Oh, I was about to say the same thing too, but like there's a reason though for me. Like me and avocados, I can't.
Yeah, I don't.
My body doesn't process it.
No.
You have the same thing, Trip?
I first of all, if they're that hard to goddamn open, they're not tasty, just with a spoon out of the opening, and then I will enjoy some nicely extra salty guacamole, but it's not something I would ever look forward to making or ordering or having. But if I'm someplace and it's there as a dip, I will eat it. But putting it on
what the hell
like a burger? Huh?
What the hell did you buy it for then?
No, I don't for a dish or something, or I was someplace and had it. I don't think I've ever actually bought it. Guacamole.
Look at that.
You say, Wendy says
Latino here.
Can confirm and pissed off by the guac slander. Hey.
I'm sorry. It's for me. I cannot digest avocado. I can't. As soon as I put it in my mouth, gastric issues occur. So I'm. It's got nothing to do with the flavor. Flavor's great. I could eat it all day and it's delicious, but I will regret that decision.
Well, like Levante saying, extra anything means it's too much. Well, no, I get it, but I like the saltiness of the guac. I mean, it just tastes better to me extra salty.
See, on this burger now, particularly, I would probably cut a little bit of that guac off and kind of spread it like a mayo. It looks caked on here. On this image, particularly, I'd say the guac might overwhelm everything on here if you're not careful.
It is powerful.
Yeah.
It is quite powerful. But it is that, that Tex-Mex, that Texas Mexico border flavor. And people swear by it. Go out and know how to shop for the right avocados at perfect ripeness, how to open them up and whip up some guac, and they'll do it, just like they're whipping up some dip or something. And, I respect it, but it's like,
people might say, okay, how is it, how you season the meat? It's that carne asada seasoning. If you don't have some of that in your cabinet, that's top 5 in my cabinet. And I got a lot of seasoning, bro. When I say a lot of seasoning, I don't think you can ever have too much. That's just how I am. I like to cook. But that carne asada seasoning, I think it's Lowry's. One of the best in the game, bro. You put that literally on everything. Everything. I put that shit on fries before, and it's good.
All right, my bad, corny. Shit, they people loving they guac. I told you I was going to store for Hornets Nest.
You did, and apparently people love mayo as well. So there's that too.
Well, I do love my mayo though too. All right, now, kids, pico de gallo is a fresh, chunky Mexican salsa made from diced tomatoes, onions, cilantro, jalapenos or serranos, and lime juice.
So no cilantro.
Yeah, I said that right after onions and before
Oh, did
jalapenos.
you? Sorry, my
It's not.
brain
It's
just
not
like
a.
naturally blocked it out.
It won't be right without the cilantro.
Yeah, yeah. The cilantro is one of the elements that are very distinctive in the flavor profile of a good pico.
Good pico.
Yeah, you ever bought fresh cilantro and brought it home?
No, not on purpose. No.
Bring some fresh cilantro. Get you some. It costs you, pennies on the dollar. Bro, it don't cost that much. And then bring it home and put it in your produce drawer in your refrigerator and watch when you open that it's gonna take over the entire refrigerator.
Very powerful, aromatic,
Okay.
but delicious on tacos, burritos, and such.
Now, what do y'all feel about the pepper jack here in this burger?
Yeah, give a little spice to it, a little kick.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with pepper jack, man. Pepper jack's it's great, but at the same time, I'm a bit of a sucker for spicy stuff. So yeah, I'm with it.
So let me ask you this question: Are you cooking the onions and the? I'm gonna probably cook some onions into this mixture before I put.
You mean into the burger, into the patty?
Yeah, kind of. Along with the garlic, and that's just gonna be part of the patty.
See, yeah, that's like that. That's just an OG black person's burger.
Well, when you dice,
I'm kind of surprised nobody does that in from a fast food perspective. Nobody,
but it keeps it moist.
Everybody in with it, man. Everybody.
I'm just saying, you're like, well, I don't really think that's true. I think
everybody optional, man. Everybody, it took me a long time to get used to the onions. You start doing that as a company that's selling burgers, and you're gonna run into some problems for people that don't
well, it depends on your marketing and your clientele. Because if you market it toward, hey, we season our food up in here, then people will be like, oh yeah, they season their food up in there. Like Levante saying, I'm sitting here looking at that burger, saying to myself, these Maxwell Street Polishes and fries might be better. You know what I mean? The hood food.
It is, bro. Trust me.
The hood food.
Yeah.
Cause this looked like you got the pico on there, you got the guac on there. It's like, what's going on top of that beautiful burger?
Hey, Scrolls. That's why I put the carne asada in the graphic. So you don't have to use all that taco seasoning. You get the carne asada, you won't need the taco seasoning.
Well, but the thing is, when you put the minced garlic and the diced onion in your hamburger patty meat, throw some of the taco seasoning in there as well into the burger.
That's what I was gonna say. Like when you're making the patty, right? So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just a little surprised that folks from a restaurant perspective don't
I'll give you guys
dice up some onions and garlic and put that right in the patty. You just don't find it very frequently.
Like the burger I make in my house on a pan is different. I season it different than I do a burger outside on
a barbecue
oil. And I'll tell you why. Because it tastes different. The effect of that flame broil is going to accentuate something in your burger that's not going to really come out the same when you pan fry that thing.
Yeah,
damn.
It needs the flame to bring out certain things.
It's like the difference between a smash burger and a cheeseburger. Because like I got some ground beef in here. I had extra $10, so I got a pound, and I think I want to make a couple big babies. Now, a big baby is a double cheeseburger, but they're more regular, kind of like patties like this, thicker. You put the cheese in the middle, and then you crown it with thick cut strips of golden grilled onions. And then that's the burger, as opposed to a smash burger where you're smashing, you're putting cheese on it.
So you just crisp up the
or a flame broiled burger. They're all burgers, but they just taste different.
Hey kids, I'll give you a little example. Like, say for instance, you start seasoning up your burger and you're gonna pan fry that thing. You put a little Worcestershire on that thing. When that thing's done cooking, you will taste the Worcestershire, but not in the same way. You Worcestershire that thing up and you throw it on the grill, and it's going to explode on you in a different kind of way, just by way of the elements of the flame. And the charge is going to be, it's just different, man. I mean, it sounds ridiculous me saying it right here on the show until you actually do it and see the difference.
Yeah, cooking, heat changes flavor profiles. Just like you caramelize vegetables brings out their sweetness. That Worcestershire on the beef, just gonna give that little twang to it.
Yeah.
Which is a different kind of twang than if you throw a little shot of soy sauce on the same beef.
Right. Just think about it this way. Every fast food joint pretty much does their burgers the same way. But the ones that really stick out to you are the ones you smell. And that's the places that do the flame broiling. It just, the elements of the flesh of that meat and the ingredients on that thing is going to just bust the fuck out of it when it's over that fire. So it's basically aromatic advertisement. I'm going to be more drawn to that I'm smelling than these people that say their burger's good and I can't smell it from the outside.
But now on the flip side of that coin, True Pilgrim is saying, can't remember the last time I ate a beef burger. It's all turkey for me, a lot healthier. True. But now remember, if you are going to substitute turkey, ground turkey for ground beef, not as much fat, so you're going to want to maybe add a little something in there if you're going to grill it, because it will dry up really fast. And less fat, unfortunately, means a little less flavor. So you're going to have to, jazz it up a little bit with some kind of spices or something. But then it also cooks different because of being less fatty. You can dry it out a lot quicker. So the ground turkey has the financial benefits of it, the healthier aspect benefits of it, the availability benefits of it, but it just doesn't taste the same as when you want a juicy burger, kids. The turkey just don't do it.
I can't argue with you, man.
Man, dude, you like I'm about to go off the rails a little bit when I say I'm just a fan of flame broiled burgers altogether. Yeah. I'm to the point where I care kind of less for any burger that been in somebody's skillet or some pan or something like that. I just don't really care for it. It's just not the same. If I make a burger in the house, I'm probably still gonna flame broil it in the oven. I'm gonna broil that thing as close to the heat as I can get it, just to try to get the taste of that flame. And I'm gonna dirty up my oven, and my girlfriend's gonna fucking hate me.
A lot
man,
of
Wendy's hungry now, man.
Let's see. True saying, you got to season the hell out of ground turkey. You're preaching to the choir. Yeah.
You got to put some oil in it, man.
Well, that's what Levante's saying. You add onions and butter seasoning to the turkey burger. Gives a little more fat substance and flavor. But then Wendy's saying turkey burgers in the pan with some Lowry's, some Worcestershire, probably smacks though, some sauteed onions, damn sure, and hungry now, right on. And then Levante butter garlic seasoning, what I'm talking about.
You know what else would be good on this burger? I think minus, and you have to be light with it because it has so many other. It may be not good for this burger in particular because the pico and the guac is its own individuality. It's got individuality to it, and you don't need nothing else. But this garlic aioli, man, garlic mayo on any burger, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, bro. Especially a flame broiled burger. You'd be surprised. A good garlic aioli will bring that MFer to life.
Man, you put you some garlic aioli or any kind of a fish fillet. Put that on the grill. Oh, my bad, Corny. He's
sorry, Corny.
Intermittent fasting. And we talking about burgers.
16 hours to go, man. Leave Corny alone.
Now, I wasn't, early in my life, in my childhood, I was not a fan of raw onions whatsoever. I would have scoffed at this burger as a kid with the raw onion sitting there right there present.
Oh, I couldn't eat it either.
I couldn't have ate it, man.
Me either. I'd spend the whole
Well,
time.
but now remember, these aren't just raw onions. These are pico de gallo onions. So it's like jardinera. When you pickle vegetables, with the lime juice and all that stuff in there, it's not pickling, but it's that kind of process. So yes, they are still raw onions, but that lime juice and all those flavors have absorbed into them almost. So they got that flavor that with the cilantro, and
it's like a uniform. I know what you mean. It's a uniform flavor that sort of spreads across all the vegetables that's in there. But
right,
yeah.
And you know what else could make the difference between a good burger experience and not? The doggone buns, man.
You know what?
I mean, shit, toasted with butter, non-toasted.
I don't need a bun at all, man. Like I'll be honest. After doing keto for as long as I did, I'll go to a restaurant now and I'll get a burger and be like, you know what? I don't even really need all this fucking bread. Like I don't.
Lettuce wrapper.
I'll even do a lettuce wrap. What I like nowadays is I'll take like a double burger with double cheese and just give it to me in a bowl with lettuce, raw onions, like red onions.
You starting to get into the spirit of that keto, but hey, True Pilgrim, that was when I was a child. I can't do nothing without onions. I'll put that shit on toast.
Oh, for real? Oh, you're like that now. What? But you don't do red onions yet, do you?
I care a little bit less about red onions. I went to Vidalia, Georgia, and fell in love with the sweet Vidalias.
Mm-hmm. See, Wendy's getting. He hates when places put big raw red rings on my burgers. He hates that. I've gotten used to it. I actually almost
this when Wendy's went with the hardcore red onions, man.
Yeah, I'm with it now, man. I'm super happy, man. Happy if you give me some red onions.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you got all the different discussions. You got the types of meat. You got the toppings, but don't sleep on the buns, kids. I know you're not a fan anymore, but True Pilgrim saying it's brioche or nothing, and something about brioche. There's more substance to it. It's thicker, and that goes to kind of what Red Baron's comment there is, that the bun here on this Tex-Mex burger looks too thick and dense. But look at all the shit that's on that burger, man. You got that big, thick ass piece of meat.
I was gonna say it's a potato bun. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
You got pico de gallo, and you got carne asada. You got guac. You need a bun with substance to be able to support all that.
See, Scrolls, that's what I do, man. I just get it in a bowl now. Get the red onions in there, some tomatoes, and just condiments. I stay away from ketchup now, so just mayo, mustard, and relish, and I'm good, man. That's how I take my burger now most of the time.
Trips hit something y'all might have slid by, but depending on the substance of the burger, you might need a more stout bun to support it.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on where you're getting that burger at, what's on that burger, you got all these people making all these big dynamic burgers, man. You gonna need something to support the goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shout out to Wendy, man. This is a great comment. Says,
go ahead, put it back up.
Bro, I love this show. Title says training camp and Middle East conflicts, but I drop into in-depth burger talk.
That's us, man. That is us.
You get it all. And that's right on Levante, brioche buns has to be toasted.
Brioche?
That's very true, because a toasted bun tastes totally different than a non-toasted bun. And then if you toast it up with a little garlic aioli, a little garlic butter, and you have that toasted into the bun, and then you put your burger sauce and or condiments on there, totally different experience.
Hey man, who's on the Tex-Mex burger? Who's on the Tex-Mex train? I'm all about Mexican stuff. I'm all about, let's just say Texas barbecue at least. I'm on that. But man, this is a burger. I think I'm gonna probably skim a little bit of that guac off of there. I'm gonna tear this MFR up. I'm gonna probably melt that pepper jack on top of that thing before I put that, all the extra stuff on top of it. But it's gonna be a damn mess. It's gonna be a damn mess. It's gonna be down your arm.
And instead of French fries, you get you some tortilla chips.
Oh snap! Yeah, do that.
They say,
yeah, man. I'm off the ketchup, man. Ketchup got so much sugar in it. I had to remove that from the palate.
Hey kid, I stopped eating. I used to have that every time I had fries. I don't even eat ketchup on my fries no more. It just takes away the taste of the potato to me.
I don't. But kids, but you got to go Frenchy. Got to have mayonnaise with your French fries.
So I was just gonna say. So me going to Amsterdam, that's what they do. And when in Rome, you do as the Romans
do. And it's
do.
delicious.
Weird.
Cow. No, it ain't. It just sounds weird.
Weird, man.
But if you go to a spot and everybody's eating the French fries with mayo, you realize this ain't weird. This is normal for people here. So I had to do it. I had to test it out, and it was great.
Your spot, people might be collecting puppy heads. That means you do it.
Okay.
I mean, but have you ever grilled cheese with butter is delicious, but you ain't got no butter? Guess what? You can grill that bread with mayo and toast that bread. Grilled cheese with mayo.
That's ridiculous.
You'd be surprised with the shit. Mayo's just eggs and oil. So you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised the shit that you could really do with mayo at the end.
A little garlic infused mayo. Come on.
When fries are cooked and seasoned correctly, particularly homemade fries, who needs ketchup?
Yeah, you do. Because I mean, they're delicious, but how many fries you gonna eat? Like 2? No, you're gonna eat like 20.
Trip. If I had the money, I would send you on a plane. I would send you to Amsterdam and tell you to go get some French fries and you are not permitted to use any ketchup at all, and you would go crazy. You would love it.
I like mayo though.
Wendy said
also vinegar.
I don't trust anyone.
I would go to sleep nowhere near them. I'm telling you.
Well, you're surrounded, bro. You're like you go to Europe, you're surrounded.
I'll never go to Europe.
Nobody put so.
I mean, but it's like you've been to Long John Silver's, and it's like they got the malt vinegar, and it's like I put some of that on a fish, and it actually got some on a fry, and I was like, it's different, but it's a condiment. It just kind of enhances the fry to me, because with that many fries, it's like I'll get bored eating halfway through. It's like you give me some ketchup, give me some mayo or whatever, barbecue sauce.
So now you're going deep, Trip. Now we're going deep here. If you take the malt vinegar and then dip it in malt vinegar on the fries and then dip the fries in ketchup, thank me fucking later, dog. Thank me later for that little hybrid mixture that you probably were not prepared for. It enhances the ketchup to a degree that you would not have thought possible. Just saying.
You ever wonder why that quarterback in Tennessee ain't got no job no more and he ain't playing nowhere with no team?
Who's that?
Putting that mayo in the coffee and shit.
Oh, is he really just released?
Did you see him on a team?
He must be on a team, man.
He's on a team.
Trevor.
He'll never start. Ain't nobody gonna start that guy.
What's his name? Trevor something?
So he's not stable.
He's not stable. He has mental issues.
All right, what's the next one? Or are we going to our new players?
We're gonna get to some football, man. If y'all done with this,
yeah, because we got new players to talk about. People, Bears fans.
All right, we're gonna let you go on and pop that off, Trips. Just now, give me a second to get this down. Go ahead, and tell your story.
Oh yeah. All right, so you all start looking up the safeties deets, and so so basically what I saw earlier was on I don't know who made this, but
Okay, yo, I'll be
Salvon
right back.
Ahmed. He's a running back. He's fast. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's the outside zone kind of guy who's dangerous in space. He's familiar with our new running backs coach, Eric Studsville, from his years down there in Miami. And I remember this kid running, and he was breaking away, and he had a gruesome ankle injury from a hip drop tackle. And that was his season right there. But I guess now he's back healthy. And Studsville, I guess, hollered at Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson, was like, hey, my guy over here. Now, I don't know about the overlap time between Ben Johnson being a coach down there in Miami when he was tight ends coach. I think that might have been maybe this kid's rookie year. Somebody help me out with that, chat.
Can I give you a correction, Trips? Because I saw an interview with Stoodsville. It's Stoodsville, not Studsville.
Stoodsville.
Stoodsville.
All right, right on. Yeah, but I believe maybe Ben Johnson was in Miami as tight ends coach. Somebody verify or denounce that or whatever it is. But yeah, this is a speed guy. He's somebody that has the juice we were talking about that can help elevate this offense and help alleviate some of those slow or non game first half starts and get more of the points that have been left on the field with this offense because they didn't have that juice and that speed, whether it be at wide receiver, running back, or return, all of which have been addressed this offseason.
That was the one component, again, outside of DeAndre Swift that was missing. Just a flat out home run hitter. You got, of course, 25. You got, the kid that came out of Kennesaw State who doesn't have big time long speed, but you talking about the Jahmyr Gibbs effect. He looks like that accelerator button that guy has on him is Jahmyr Gibbs type. He'll dust your ass. Just give him a little edge and it's gone. It's gone. And so, I think they got a few guys in here that missed the season to injury, like Jedrick Wills, another guy missed the season to injury, and they're given opportunity. These are guys that are trying to up their market value again and get to the point where they can make some money. And this guy, when you start thinking about that psychologically, you're giving this guy this workout, giving him a chance to get on your team and compete in camp. They know they've got everything to gain here. And so he's just looking to up his value here. He knows he's not going to be a Chicago Bear for a long time. But that's not the point. It's what can I do on the field this year to up my value? I need another contract after this thing is over. And how much is that contract going to be? What can I bring to this team? What does this team have that I don't have? Why would he sign with Chicago out of all the teams in the league? He looked at their depth chart. That's a component that we don't have, just like Triple R said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's see. Thank you, Levante. Salvon was drafted in 2020. Ben left in 2019. So there was no overlap with Ben Johnson, but definitely with Stoodsville.
Mm-hmm. Stoodsville's definitely familiar with him. He's probably telling him, like, hey, man, give this guy an opportunity. Bring him into camp. You're going to see. You're going to see. I like this Washington tape. I'm still going to look at some more of that when we get offline. But, while we're live, and I just found out about it live on the show, and I can't wait to look at this tape. But, however, the safety I did take a good look at. He can bring some a lot of special teams value, but also some depth at safety too.
Yeah, which there is none right now. To clean up in the running back room, you're looking at who we got in there now. DeAndre Swift, Kyle Monangai, Roshan Johnson, Britton Brown, Deion Hankins if he's healthy, Coleman Bennett and Salvon Ahmed. So the competition, the camp legs and battles are about to be real, because there's a room right there where guys are battling for their NFL lives.
Now, let me say, look at the safety depth. Who's at the very end of the safety depth chart? As far as not the new guys, but I'm talking about the guys that have been here.
Let's see. Well, there are only 6 safeties listed on the roster. Kobe Bryant, Dylan Thinneman, Javarius Owens, Elijah Hicks, Anthony Johnson Jr., and Skylar Thomas. That's it.
Javarius, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. I wanted to say is whoever it was started with a Q, but that's right. It's Javarius Owens. And he's gonna have to fight for his life in this camp. He's gonna have to fight for his life in this camp. And it might not, it can be through safety play. But if those guys can really turn up on special teams, it gives them even more of a leg up to take that last. I'm telling you, Trips. Remember when I was saying they're trying to trim the bottom of this roster and get better from the bottom up?
Mm-hmm.
That's what a move like this is.
Yeah, because I looked at the UDFA Skylar Thomas and what he had to offer. He's versatile, he's fast, he's good. Whereas Elijah Hicks, we know what he is. Re-signed him, all right, he's good depth. Whereas Javarius Owens, we don't know. Anthony Johnson Jr. has experience in the league, so it's not like he's a rookie coming in. He's a veteran. So, yeah, that back end of the safety room battles.
Yeah, and True Pilgrim just brought up LaShawn Williams, and I don't want to speak the wrong words, but I'm not sure if they signed him.
No, he did not get signed.
I think that's why they
brought in LaShawn Williams, running back out of Kansas. He was brought in as a minicamp invite, but he did not get signed. The only minicamp invites that actually made the team was not a rookie, but the veteran wide receiver Scotty Miller.
So it's a lot of talent brought in, but only a handful got signed.
Right. The running backs, excuse me. The running backs that are read off to you are the only running backs under contract and on the roster.
Yeah. So, what's his name? Owens. He went to the Colts.
Yeah, he went to Indy.
Don't call him Mr. Biles.
Well, the Scrolls did.
That's Triple R's bad fucking influence always.
He called him straight up Simone Biles. But in any event,
but now, wait, I'm sorry, kids, not to cut you off. But while Nomad's point, we were talking about the safeties and our new signing that just came in, that he actually has, the opportunity to, make the team, make the roster. So, yeah, go ahead with that lead in there, kids.
Okay, I just want to look at the safety depth chart here now.
Well, yeah, you got it right there on the screen.
Yeah, okay. So
I'll put it up here for you.
Kobe Bryant, Dylan Thieneman, Javarius Owens, Elijah Hicks, Anthony Johnson Jr., and Skylar Thomas. Who's the new one? Did you added the new guy?
Anthony Johnson Jr.
Anthony Johnson Jr. So who do you think the odd man out is, Nomad?
Javarius Owens.
Javarius Owens? Do you think Elijah Hicks is a lock?
Yeah.
I like Elijah Hicks. I'm just wondering dollars and cents. You think it's a contract year for Elijah Hicks?
He just re-signed a 1-year deal. So.
Did he? Okay, so he's probably square. Okay,
I think he's the third best safety on the team.
I wish I could argue with that statement.
Talent-wise and what he can bring to the table. And they're bringing these other guys in here to push him a little bit, and then they'll keep 4 of them. They'll keep 4 of them and maybe 1 or 2 on the practice squad. But Javarius Owens has got the biggest hurdle to jump. And I mean, I'm talking about the guys here.
Because you think they keep 4 safeties, right?
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah.
So Brian Thieneman and Hicks. So you got one spot between Owens, Skylar and Johnson, where Skylar Thomas, could be a practice squad candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So that would leave active roster the veteran Johnson versus the upstart Owens.
You see what they're trying to do. They're trying to see if they can bring some youth in here to turf out some of the guys that have been hanging on the roster spots. If so happens that Skylar Thomas can outplay, and I mean these guys are gonna have to be versatile. They're gonna have to perform at single high safety, at free safety, and in the box in the tackling area of the game. They're gonna have to excel, man. They're gonna have to cover well, whether you're on a tight end, whether you're on a running back, whether you're on a receiver one-on-one. They'll push these cats to the limit, and they're bringing in young guys to see if they can turf out some of the veterans, raising the competition level.
It's the best thing for them to do, right? And the fact of the matter is, more youth on the team means the lower your cap hit, right? It also means longevity and development. So there's a lot of little benefits to adding that youth to the team, especially when you may be looking at transitioning away from certain players next year.
Yeah, there's still that roster churn.
All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do now, just for the sake of the shorts. I'm just doing this for the sake of the shorts only. When I put an image up here, it's just to talk about that individual player. And once we're done having our takes on that, we can talk about some of the competition. But just for the sake of the shorts, I'm going to do this. And Trips, please don't get too prickly when we talk about this player. This is for the sake of the shorts. Remember, I gotta cut this up. But Reek is in a battle for his. Well, it's not his. It's a battle for the other corner spot, and so they're not outright giving it to anybody. They brought in the competition. They brought in some experience. They brought in some young people, and I still don't think they're done with evaluating, how well they can push him to the peak of his game. And I do think there's still a move to be made here in this department. It might be another, somebody some UDFA that we have on the team that we love right now. If he doesn't cut it when the pass come on, they'll bring in somebody else. But Reek is in a situation where I personally think that he's a stud corner on the team. And I think at times he's the best corner we have on the team, through all the immaturity issues that people talk about. Through all of that, I think he is one of the best cornerbacks that we have on the team, and he has the spirit of a Chicago Bear. But I love the fact that he's being challenged right now, and they're not just flat out giving it to him. I would love that challenge myself. Don't give it to me. Piss me off. Piss me the F off so I can go out here and show you. And I'm from what I'm hearing about how he's treating this offseason, it's just that.
Rock, paper, scissors, Trip. You want to go?
I'll go since I'm just on the screen, and I was here on time. So, Tyreek is last year of his contract. He had prickly relationships, let's say, with the coaching staff late in the season. Because he was, as Keds says, for all intents purposes, benched, because of those maturity issues that, he says, he being Tyreek Stevenson, that have been on his mind since that Washington, end of the game space out. But at the end of last season, Kevin Byard still had to bring him back in during the Rams, I believe, game. And that was, end of the season playoffs. So his physical abilities, sure, he got beat a few times, but that happens. Maybe it was him being aggressive, being out of position, which could also bristle the coaches in the wrong way in this defense. Whatever the case may be, this season is a make or break year for Stevenson. And I could see the way that Ryan Poles has handled players going out of contract year. Let's look at Jaquan Brisker as an example. Let him play out the year, and then let him walk away in free agency. Good luck to you. No hard feelings. So whatever the case may be, the ball is in Stevenson's court, so to speak. If he's matured mentally and got between the ears issued under control, as well as learn the defense a little bit better, he has the opportunity to be extended. If not, not.
Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Look, I actually really like this player a lot. I think he really showed out last year in a situation where this defense, as far as the secondary was concerned, was basically decimated. Kyler Gordon gone, Jalen Johnson gone, and there's Tariq Stevenson sort of forced to be the CB1. I think he played admirably for quite some time. On the other side was Deshaun, and Deshaun was getting targeted all day long. Folks kind of stopped targeting Tariq for a little bit because they were worried. So again, I think he has all the tools to get the job done and be a CB1. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a knucklehead. You know what I mean? Like sometimes people are knuckleheads, right? And that's starting to rear its ugly head and become a point of contention with respect to, again, all the stuff the Triple R just laid down, Washington game, et cetera, et cetera. As he brought up that I brought up earlier on in a previous show, they wound up just moving completely away from him. And he went from CB1 to CB3. Right, he's right off the CB4, right? CB bench. So this time around, it's going to be a competitive situation. It's going to be competition between him and Malik for the first part. Don't count out a certain Mr. Smith, who's also in the mix. I have a bit of a problem with this, though. And this is just, my general problem is like the Bears need to develop these players into something and then get something for them before it's too late. In this scenario, you might be shooting yourselves in the foot before you can get something decent from a Tariq Stevenson. Now, maybe you can still get something decent from Tariq Stevenson with respect to trade capacity early on in the season, just before September. Maybe at trade deadline as well, maybe. But you want to give him all the opportunity to shine, build this player up, and then make your decision as to whether you're going to re-sign him or trade him off. He's basically been systematically replaced. I don't see them, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Malik's here, and he's going to be hungry for that position. So I don't know where we go from here, but good luck to both of these guys and Mr. Smith in this cornerback battle. All I can see at the end of the day is we should have one hell of a secondary.
Well, Nomad.
What's up?
Well, the question is, excuse me. We have Tyreek Smith, but other than Malik Muhammad, is there anybody really pushing him for that roster spot?
Well, we're about to get to there. Just give me one more take on Reek.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Now, Reek, now I can speak to this from a little bit of experience. It's like college, it's a certain kind of atmosphere, and it's a step up in your game from high school for sure. But once you get ingratiated with it, that college is a mindset, man, and that mindset is sometimes when you're a superior athlete and you've been a superior athlete your entire life and ain't nothing changed about that. I went to college. I ain't had to do too much. All I had to do was show up and perform. I ain't had to treat the off season like, something special and go out of my way to get ready for a season. That's college. You keep that kind of mindset going into the pros. And it's just my own sneaky suspicion. I'm just, if I had to guess, I would say that Tyreek hasn't treated keeping himself in football condition and doing the extra things that Tyreek needed to do to really take his game to the next level. And it's kind of that kind of stuff. And it manifested itself. And I'm just guessing. I don't know it for sure. I'm just reading what my instincts tell me, the interactions I'm seeing and things that happen on the field as well. But it is that thing. And so when I heard Tyreek, I think he was on somebody's podcast or something. I saw a little interview. I heard him say how much emphasis he's putting into his body in the offseason. At one point in the season, when I seen Tyreek out on the field, he looked a little chubby as far as, he's thick anyways, but he looked a little like, okay, how much what you been eating, man? Eating too much Taco Bell late at night? What's going on? But his legs looked a little heavier than I'm used to. And so I see things like that as a corner, and that starts to give me indicators as to how he's treating his time away from the building. He probably does everything he's supposed to do while he's there, and then he's out. No extra, that kind of thing. That can only take you so far when you're dealing with all elite athletes in the NFL. And guess who can see that kind of shit? The coaches, the trainers, and they're going to be like, okay, yeah. So let's push this cat a little bit more. So expect Tyreek to come in probably a little more slim and trim and faster, quicker, because he was fast and quick, but not to the level I know Tyreek can be. I can think of a game when he got back on the field after he was benched for a few games and really didn't get out on the field. When he got back on the field, he was kind of different, but I can see the weight on him. And he performed his ass off, but I can see the weight. So my thoughts about Tyreek is I ain't never had no problem with nobody. I've been like this my whole life. I've been eating whatever I want to do, doing whatever I want to do, and I still get it done when we get on the field. That mindset works for a lot of coaches. They cool with it. Do your thing, man. Do whatever you do. But when game time comes, be here. No, this ain't the kind of coaching staff like that. You're gonna have to cut your teeth a different kind of way. And so I think he might have been struggling with that. That's just my, interpretation of what I've seen out of Tyree Stevenson. Little things like that. But let's talk about his competition. His biggest competition right now, because trust me, it's because Malik Muhammad was drafted by this regime. They want Malik Muhammad to come in here and exceed expectations and turf Tyreek Stevenson out. That's the reason why they drafted him. They drafted the other kid out of UTSA, do the same thing, but he ran into other issues. But Malik Muhammad is here to push Tyreek in a way, and this is unless they bring in a solid starting veteran, this will be his toughest competition. This will be Malik's got it all. He just doesn't have NFL experience. And as well as I've seen Malik play in college on a continuous basis, it won't be the same thing that Tyreek has experienced. Tyreek has experienced NFL play on a different level. He has a strong advantage over Malik Muhammad, which I don't think Malik can overcome, at least not early in this camp or early in the season. If it happens somewhere later on, he gets enough NFL experience, enough reps on the field with NFL receivers, then that's another thing. But right away, I don't expect Malik to beat him out of his job early. No.
Yeah, I would agree with that because we saw how this coaching staff will allow young players to play, but they have to have earned that trust of the staff, that the staff knows that the players know the plays, know where to be, know their assignments and can execute those assignments. Malik Muhammad, whereas, a separate question I'll ask in a minute of Nomad while Keds is away.
Keds is here.
Oh, Keds is there. All right, so I'll ask now, skill wise, not only for Dennis Allen fit, but just game versus game, who is the better fit? You know, who has the better skills for this defense, Muhammad or Stevenson? Would you say, Nomad?
No question, Tyreek.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning there too.
Okay.
I mean, Nomad's a corner in this situation and would really have a better all-around take. But just because this young man does not have NFL experience to start things out, it's just going to take him a little while to act. Just like it took Tariq. It took Tariq a little while. If you remember, when they broke the glass and let him on the field, he was super handsy and was grabbing people all over the place. And then he was not. After he calmed down, he kind of figured things out and started to acclimate to the NFL speed. Now he's acclimated to that speed. He knows what he's doing. And I think he does it extremely well. It's going to take this young man a little while to catch up to where Tariq is today. That's my 2 cents. The other piece about Tariq that we'll have to see over the course of the next year if we get to see Malik on the field. Malik's about 182 weight, whereas Tariq's about 212, 215. Malik will put the wood. Tyreek will put you down. You know what I mean? Like he's not afraid to tackle a man at all. He's actually a pretty stout tackler. I don't know from what I've seen, Malik can tackle as well. I just think Tariq might be he might be able to put you in the dirt a little bit more so than Malik Muhammad. So it's one of those things that I want to see is what does his tackling capability really look like?
I can tell you something, man. When you start thinking about the thing that makes Tyreek so much different than a rookie coming out of college. Now, a rookie can come into this thing completely with the chip on his shoulder, feeling like, shit, I can do. I don't care what level of football is. I can do this, and you can have that mindset and be totally correct about it. You can do it, but early on, you're gonna get put in a trick bag. You're gonna get put in a trick bag. That's kind of the biggest difference between, other than the physicality, Tyreek's just bigger and stronger and can handle the physicality better because of that. But the route combinations, the formations, and knowing ahead of time what he's getting ready to deal with, what's in Tyreek's computer versus what Malik has is like 2 different universes, bro.
I think you just touched on another slight aspect here. And it's just that, once other teams smell that there's a rookie corner on the field, they're target the hell out of him. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the receiver. Whatever receiver's over there, that's who we're hitting up. We'll leave Jalen Johnson on an island with WR1. We're gonna hit WR2 all day long and see if we can catch this kid off guard. See if we can take advantage of the rookie. They did it to Tariq when he first came in. He excelled in that respect. Did it to Nashawn last year. Again, excelled. It might be exactly what Malik Muhammad needs to really grasp that brass ring and get to that next level in his position. But just have to sort of put that out there. They will be targeting the heck out of Malik Muhammad.
And it's another thing for a rookie cornerback to have a good half. Ooh, that's good. You had a good game. Oh man, he's starting to look kind of like something. But can you go back to back to back to back and be consistent with all these stud receivers on all these different teams with all these different skill set? Can you go from Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson to they put you on DK Metcalf or somebody like that? I mean, all these different skill sets with all these things in their bag that cats that can route you up, cats that can beat you with pure power and speed. That's the consistency you need to be an NFL starting cornerback. That's the the conundrum he's going to run into, and it's always a question mark until he does it. One thing we know about Reek, he can do it.
Damn straight, man. And that's kind of where I am with this particular camp battle. The cream's gonna rise to the top. You know what I mean? That's just how she goes. We're gonna find out who is the chosen one. Right now, the fact of the matter is, we do know there's a little bit of animosity with respect to Tariq Stevenson and the existing secondary coaches and or head coach, to the degree that they went out and they got themselves a replacement. So we have to see how that shakes out and what that really looks like. I'm going to say right now, as much as it would be great to see this new young man out there on the field doing his thing, I strangely have to say I trust in Tariq Stevenson, even though he's a bit of a head case. I know he knows what he's doing on the field, except in those weird instances where we're in the playoffs and or fighting against the Washington Commanders.
Good takes, gentlemen. Any last thoughts about this competition that we didn't speak to? I do think it's about Tyreek's physicality, being 200 pounds, and what's in Tyreek's computer is going to be the difference.
Yeah, you nailed it. Those are the two major factors. A little bit of an uphill battle for Malik Muhammad, but I don't think they could possibly have found, especially where they found him, a better candidate to take this battle on. So kudos to Malik as well.
I look forward to the talent level of MM. That's Malik Muhammad, kids. MM.
Oh, okay.
Like we got JJ. Now we gonna have an MM.
Double M, not Eminem.
Well, it's not J&J.
That's right.
So I look for MM to have that same type chip and hopefully that same type, oh shit, how they let him fall to us result as Darth Burden. You know what I mean? So he wasn't supposed to be on the board where we was picking this like run the card up. Whereas Malik Muhammad in the 4th round, what the hell happened? Get that card up there and get that boy in here now.
Hey, Trips and Kid, one thing I would do, and this just would be, this is a devilish thing to do, but it's devilish in a good way.
Here we go.
Early on in camp, just because two things I want to see happen. First, I want to piss Reek off and really bring his game to the next level.
Oh, you're mean. I have a feeling I know where you're going, but you go.
Second, I'm gonna give Malik Muhammad first team reps.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, that is pretty evil. But you know what? I can actually dig exactly what you're cooking.
You see the psychology?
See how he responds mentally.
100%. 100%. I'm reading exactly where your head is. You might want to sit him, like maybe you sit him down for 2 weeks on the second team and get him right pissed off. That might be like.
What do you need to see? More Reek in training camp or more Malik?
Well, you need to see almost evenly both, but truly more Malik, and that can be your out. You know what I mean? If he's asking and you got to explain it, well, we really need to see the rookie and what he can do. We already know what you can do, and that, like, real talk, that explanation alone pissed me off too. You know what I mean? I'm Tariq Stevenson. Damn, that would piss me. Man, what do you mean you know what I'm about? I'm gonna show you what I'm about, though. Right?
That's just it's all competition, and you want the best on your team, going into the season with you as possible. And at the end of the day, they're all Chicago Bears. But Malik looking at Tyreek looking at Malik like, you coming to take the food out my mouth. And Malik talking about, well, I'm hungry. You got, to place a table I want. So those inner squad competitions, those inner room competitions, that's just not for the weary. You know what I mean? So you got to have the mental fortitude to handle all of that. And to Nomad's point, what he's saying for people that may not understand, putting Tyreek on the back burner, putting him, with the second and third teams is going to piss him off, because he's like, hey, I'm the veteran cornerback up in this piece, behind JJ. And I should be, getting all those first team reps where the rookie should be, doing all this grunt work, and how will, Tyreek react to it? And to Ked's point, I think they do need to see Tyreek on the field to make sure that he has learned this defense and that they can trust him to be, manned up, all around the field wherever necessary. So yeah, there's a lot of psychological mind fuckery going on here, but it's all for the betterment of the team. Put it like that.
Put him through the fire hose. Put Malik through the early fire hose. Wet him up, and then see how what Reek is gonna feel like. He's you mother. That's exactly what you want out of Reek. So it works both ways. You know what I mean? You get to find out what a youngster's got and how much he can take, how much he's learned, how much he's retained, and how he's handling these different receivers. Yeah,
Dennis Allen is somewhere in North America right now thinking this exact same thing and just smiling about it, going, "Man, I'm gonna get so deep into Tariq that he's gonna hate me after week 2, and by week 4, I'm gonna get the best out of this young man, and he's gonna love me. But by the end of this thing, or
good question,
or it goes the other way,
or the other way would be this question or comment or question mark. What's the over-under on Tyreek and Malik throwing hands at least once during training camp? Throwing hands with each other or throwing hands with wide receiver?
Triple R. Ding, 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 ding for the win.
First of all, Malik ain't that tight, and them two ain't going to get into it with each other. Malik, it definitely ain't that type that's going to be fighting people. He just ain't like that. He's tough, but somebody do something to him, and he ain't gonna let nobody push him around.
Triple R for the win.
But we got to keep moving, man, because we only got so much time to do this. This next conversation is a little bit tougher to deal with, and you guys know why, man, because of what he means. If you guys want to start this conversation, I'll let you. But it's up to y'all. I can start it.
I'll start it off. All right. TJ Edwards, linebacker, veteran presence, very smart. Was limited a little bit athletically, getting burned on wheel routes, but he made up for it with his leadership on and off the field and all of that. But late in the season, broke an ankle or a lower leg, and so he's coming back off of injury, already a little slower. Onto a defense that wasn't here when he was signed, but I guess was here when he was re-signed or extended. And it's like, well, how will he fit? Because one of the main goals we've heard from this staff was we want to get faster. We want to get faster. Both sides of the ball, we want to get faster, of which they did, and of which TJ Edwards ain't fast, that is. And I don't know how much faster he is coming off of a broken leg. So it's a lot of competition, not a lot, but Jack Sanborn, DeMarco Jackson, Devin Bush, Keyshawn Elliott, Dominique Hampton, Ruben Hippolyte, Nephi Sewell, Noah Sewell, John Radigan, Wayne Matthews. Now, not all of them play TJ's position, but several of them do. So it's one of those situations where, I think contractually he's kind of tied to the team for another year to avoid any dead cap scenarios. But field-wise, I just don't know until we see him healthy and able to cover man mano a mano when necessary. I don't know how he fits, kids.
I don't know either, dog. And I wish I didn't have to have this particular conversation. I didn't see this conversation coming up, and here we are smacking this conversation. Yeah. I don't. So they jumped up last year and decided to select a linebacker in the 5th round, who's probably an undrafted free agent, but they did so for one reason, and it was the reason that Triple R just mentioned. Speed. Kid's fast. Kid's super fast. Found a fast-ass linebacker. They identified him. They brought him in. Never played. I think he might have got a couple of snaps here and there, but they brought him in. The one thing this young man that we're looking at here, Mr. Edwards, is not is fast, and it's just the facts of the matter. We could go down the line of those linebackers that Triple R just mentioned, and as he said, not all of them play the same position as TJ, but I'm going to say that just about all of them are faster than TJ, with maybe the exception of Jack Sanborn, maybe. So it's a bit of a problem, man. At least for TJ Edwards. He's got a camp battle in front of him. I'm going to say I don't expect him to win this camp battle, regardless as to whether they're paying him a lot of money or not. And the Bears are going to have to make a bit of a decision as to what they do in that case, because is it Cam Lewis? Is that who it is?
No, he's a
who's a free agent linebacker that we just picked up?
Devin Bush.
Devin Bush, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't see him beating out Devin Bush in camp, unfortunately. And I'm sure that's where we're headed with this conversation.
Here's the thing. TJ's he's a Mike linebacker. Will linebacker is too athletic for him in this defense, even though he can play it, but he will get exposed. When he has to get in
Big
route. When he has to get in route. Now, TJ, here's the thing that we might not be paying attention to. Even if we are contractually tied to TJ per se for the year, and I'm not sure if that's true or not. I don't know how. However, I'll start the conversation off like this. There's a possibility he could be moved because they love TJ and they appreciate TJ. They can try to find a trade partner for TJ. Because I don't think, number one, because he's coming off a major injury, they had to do some things to make sure that we're backed up, and hence the signings that they made. Middle linebacker, TJ, he might be the best guy we have on the team as far as where he is mentally and how to call a defense. Now I'm talking about his attributes. If he's there at middle, now the guy they brought in, the guy from Cleveland, he is pretty much a will linebacker. That's where they want him to be. Middle linebacker, they're trying to figure out who that guy is.
Who is that? DeMarco Jackson?
We're gonna get to that.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get to there. Now, if we keep TJ, what happens when you got Jack Sanborn, TJ Edwards, and some of these other guys that can play that position? You just strengthen up your Sam linebacker role. You just strengthen that shit the F up. Even if we don't have TJ, the fact that we have Jack Sanborn still here with some of these younger guys that we have, Sam linebacker is going to be strong. When they have to play with three linebackers, we'll be extremely strong. We'll have the speed and we'll have power. That combination of guys that can play in the short area and be really physical, and guys that can run and be really, really effective in coverage. And so when you start looking at it that way, it's not like TJ Edwards is going to be a guy that isn't going to have value if he's still with the Chicago Bears. But my assumption is at some point, and I only say this because in the last two off seasons, there's a couple of guys that I noticed that were very, very vocal in the offseason. Kevin Byard, TJ Edwards. TJ is done. I haven't heard anything from him this offseason. He's not been on a podcast. He's not been interviewed that I know of. That tells me him and his agent and the team is probably looking for, and it's going to be a hard. I don't see how he gets moved coming off a major injury like that unless it's somewhere.
I don't think you can.
It's hard to do that. And so he's coming off that major injury, so he's going to have to re-up his value and make sure teams know that I'm still TJ Edwards, and then you can find a partner. And so I think there's going to be some football that needs to be played before that happens.
Well, that means that he's going to get a. Why is TJ Edwards getting so many reps in the preseason? They're upping his value, saying, "Hey, he can still play. Y'all look."
Yeah, that's a good call, Trip. Here's the problem: the contract that they signed with TJ, it's backloaded. So this year and next year are the heavier parts of the contract. So just makes it a little bit harder to move a linebacker. Um, Linebacker is a very look at what we did last year. Just to like make sense of it all. We found a free agent linebacker out of the woodwork, put him on the field. Took him a half to figure out the game. After the second half of that game, he was pretty much lights out for the rest of the season. Linebackers are out there is really what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure who's really going to be spending
type of linebacker though, kid.
But to Ked's point, DeMarco Jackson's the free agent he's referring to. We can't say that the Bears defense did not look better with DeMarco Jackson out there versus TJ Edwards.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say.
Let's wait till we get there. Give me one more take here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we're going there next.
Long story short, I don't. TJ Edwards has a very heavy battle in front of him. Most of that is due to this injury that he just ran into. Timing is everything in the world, and he's got some really competitive younger players in front of him that he'll have to outshine. I'm not sure if my guy TJ can do that this time around. Again, love this player, love what he's done for the Bears thus far, but I think he's got a very steep uphill battle to climb.
If we were still in a zone-based defense, to me, TJ Edwards is always pointing towards a Pro Bowl. The way he plays football in a zone defense where he can play in space, read, react, and not have to play a particular person. But when he has to match up and be one-on-one with guys, man, he's going to give you everything he got. But TJ is a perfect case example of when you're in man and you're particularly made and specially made to be in a zone, it kind of exposes you. So that kind of happened this year, and they learned real quick. If we're gonna have TJ Edwards be effective, we got to play more zone defense. If not, he's gonna be in trouble out there. And so those are the reasons. TJ Edwards is a great player, absolutely great football player. I love this cat, flat out, and I'm never gonna piss on his name ever. But I believe 110%. They did the things they did in the offseason because they know he's not a particular fit with the direction they're going, with more man coverage. And you just can't, as good as he is, man, you can't have it, man. So something's going to happen here. I don't know when and how it's going to happen, but something's going to give here. But here's this competition right here. I'll let you guys start.
All right, DeMarco Jackson, that familiarity with Dennis Allen from Nowlands. He was a brought up free agent. He wasn't playing, then he was, and I was like, oh shit, who's this Jackson kid? His play showed up, during the games when he wasn't on the field. Going back to the previous comment, it was noticeable because TJ was out there, getting beat, getting burned, just being a step behind. And then, I don't remember the reasoning. Was it for play or because of injury? But whatever the case, when Jackson came onto the field, his speed in this defense was a noticeable difference. Not to mention his awareness, his football IQ is like really high for somebody who was, was a UDFA or late round pick and, never really got any love, on the field, but he looks like a good pro. And re-signing him, I think, was, a good way to keep some of the continuity from the first year of Dennis Allen's defense going into the second with the linebacker, who, as the season went on, had more and more and more responsibility. So, with the comfort level being that much higher and familiarity that much higher, I think DeMarco Jackson has the ability to be, one of those linebackers that is on the field all 3 downs if necessary.
You know what, Trips? I think the particular time and when he was brought and had to play those minutes that he played, it really raised everybody's eyebrow. And it was some tough, meaningful games that he got thrown into the mix. Kids, I'm sorry for jumping you, but I'm just.
No, man, you talk, man. It's all good.
It just jumped into my head right now. I just remember, like, man, he got through out there and expected to play well and be really effective in some meaningful games. I don't remember which one, but
I feel like it was it the Packers game? Like it whatever game it was an important game, and like, long story short, it was an important game, and without either one of our linebackers, it was expected that we were going to lose this game. About that simple. Both Tremaine and TJ were out at this particular instance, and enter this young man. And let me tell you once again, we got to halftime in that game, and he was getting burned left, right, and center. It was real ugly, and it was quite obvious and apparent that he was just out of his depth in understanding what his responsibilities were in that.
It was the first half of one of those games.
Yeah,
kid.
it was the first half, bro. At halftime, I don't know what they said to him. I don't know if somebody slapped his mama. I don't know what happened. But he came out of that locker room a different human being. Completely different guy. And moving forward, he was shooting gaps on time, timed well. He was running folks down left. He was everywhere. He's in passing lanes. And I was like, I don't even understand what happened. But we're gonna win this football game. And we turned this game around. We won this game. And in my opinion, again, the game was hinged on DeMarco Jackson's play, whether again negative in the first half or positive in the second half. And for the rest of the season, he played like he played in the second half of this one single football game. And I expect that to be the level of DeMarco Jackson that we get moving forward in 2026. Fast, instinctive. Man, that's what I expect. And these things, unfortunately, not so much instinctive, but instinctive with speed, is just one of those things that T.J. Edwards ain't going to be able to grow.
Hey, you know what, man? And shout out to DeMarco Jackson for being corrected.
Pittsburgh,
you know what I mean?
game.
Like the Pittsburgh game is what Smitty said.
Yeah, Smitty's saying it was a Pittsburgh game.
It's one thing to keep yourself physically ready for whenever your number is called, and that's you doing your due diligence to make sure I'm ready for whenever they call my number. It's another thing to get thrust out there and get the green dot in a whirlwind when the game is already going on, and boom, you got to go out there and you got to call the defense, make sure everybody's in the right place. And obviously, he was getting some shit a little bit wrong in the first go round of that game. You know what I mean? The first half of that game, it was a little out of sorts a little bit. But like Kid said, they went in the locker room and halftime adjustments happened. And I don't know what Dennis Allen or who the linebacker coach is told him, but just like, hey, man, calm down. Man, it's just football. Do what you know you can do. Make sure read your keys. That's what a linebacker is told first. Know your keys and know the adjustments off your keys. And that is making sure you tell the line when to shift left or shift right, making sure if somebody's unsure what we're supposed to be at in this formation, you got the answer for them. And that's a lot to do. And then, you wasn't expecting to do that the entire week you was preparing for the game. You had none of that in mind, but you kept something in the back of your head saying, okay, in case they call me, I know some stuff. But then you get thrust out there in the thickets of it, and it didn't show off very well in the first half of the game. But again, shout out to him for making the adjustments at halftime. Whoever was saying whatever to him, to get him ready for the second half, but he was totally a different player and was that from that point on. Great. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, amen to what you're saying, because
that was Akbam Bimiga.
What was Akbam Bimiga?
Amen.
Nice. Well, very witty, very well timed as well. I missed it. But yeah, like this player to me, I can only assume that him and Dennis Allen have some sort of a connection from their time in New Orleans, because he came in here gangbusters and that was it, right? Just took him half a game to figure it all out, and once he put it together, we had ourselves a middle linebacker clean up until until Tremaine decided to come back and play the position. Unfortunately, Tremaine gets hurt. Unfortunately, Noah Sewell gets hurt, and again, a little bit more DeMarco Jackson. So I'm pleased with what we have in this particular player, and I think the Bears coaching staff is as well.
I do think though, hopefully you get TJ healthy. Hopefully he gets, even if he's not healthy right away, DeMarco Jackson gives him time to, get all the way healthy. Then you bring in Jack Sanborn to kind of buffer that situation. Jack can play a little middle linebacker as well. He's not what you really, really want at middle linebacker, especially in man coverage, but he can do it. You know what I mean? Get you out of a game. He can make some plays, both him and TJ. Mm-hmm. And so what you want is your A1 guy, who I think is DeMarco Jackson in this situation at Mike, with some guys that are qualified to back him up. Some young guys you just brought in, in the draft, and have them be brought up and start fire hosing them and getting them prepared for that day when your number gets called. You get the green dot. You got to go on the field. We don't want you to feel like you're missing anything. So it gives them, bringing in a veteran of Jack Sanborn, having a veteran of TJ Edwards, having now a veteran in DeMarco Jackson, gives that young guy time. And so it's all set up perfectly for guys to come up the right way, guys that have the proper competition and feel like they're fighting for something. All these guys, all four of them, are fighting for something. And we didn't even mention Ruben Hippolyte.
Yeah.
So you got a lot going on here and a lot to be spoken about. And we got, a couple months to get to it, but this is about to be this is fire and ice going on right here, man. Don't expect healthy. If TJ's healthy, you do not expect him to just lay down and just get ran over and ran by. No. He's a competitor, bro. So is Sanborn. So is the guy we just brought in as a rookie,
Keyshawn Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still a proponent of don't sleep on Dominique Hampton.
Mm-hmm. Mike. I mean, not Mike, but probably more like a Will.
Because it just are you done with this?
Yeah, I can be.
Because I just want to just show you something real quick. Because talking about the linebackers that we have been looking at them, can we see that there? Let's go full. I mean, just look at the linebacker room. You got Devin Bush. He signed a 3-year deal, so he's going to be here for a minute. Sanborn just signed a 1-year contract. I believe DeMarco was just a 1-year contract. TJ Edwards is coming off of injury. Then you got the rookie Keyshawn Elliott, the practice squad guy of Dominique Hampton, who's been developing. Now, the back end, Ruben Hippolyte, as he, recovered from that Washington experience of the aforementioned Pittsburgh game. Noah Sewell, he tore his Achilles, I believe, late in the season. So he's not going to be ready to play. His cousin or brother, Nephi Sewell, who knows? And then you got the veteran, John Radigan, and then Wayne Matthews. So the linebacker room is in flux right now. And the changing of the guard is happening right before our eyes.
It's just going to be very competitive, and I expect it to be. Yeah, kids, you on screens. Quit all that grubbing. What you over there eating?
Oh, I got a little something.
What you
I got
got,
some.
man?
Just got a couple chips.
Those look like Doritos.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll just mess with kids about his food, but we got one more competition to talk about before we get up out of
Nacho
it.
cheese or chili cheese? What you working with?
Neither. We're doing
Cool Ranch.
No, sweet chili heat.
Ooh.
We went crazy today.
Yes, sir.
I heard some of the best stuff I've heard in a while. So on I can't remember her name, but I think she's on Fox 5 or something, whatever it is in Chicago. But they interviewed Teron Armstead from New Orleans. He was one of the proteges of Dan Rochar. Got a podcast. He's already had hands on Braxton Jones a year ago in training camp last year when they did the joint practice with somebody. He came up. I think Rochar called him up, and he wanted him to have an influence on Braxton and Darnell Wright in particular. But he ended up working with a couple other guys that was in there too, and that is I think Theo Benedict was part of that too last year. You should go and watch that interview on Fox, Teron Armstead, when he talked about in glowing reviews about Dan Rochar, but also glowing reviews about Braxton Jones, who apparently has bulked up his body, been working on his technique, and I mean it was a very impressive. And I know he doesn't get paid to try to big up Braxton Jones and build him up. He just was telling the interviewer what he saw and what he's doing with him, and he's basically working on his confidence after making sure that after having injury like that and knowing that availability is your best ability is getting him past that, just being more confident in your body. And he's glowing about Braxton Jones right now, and I'm not trying to lay it on thick for him, but you guys should just see that interview and come back and let us know what you thought about what he said. He's working with him personally, so it was just impressive to hear that kind of thing. And I want Braxton to compete. Whether you win the job or not, I want him to compete. Doesn't matter to me. I just want you to compete and make that room and make that position more forceful because of your presence. I don't care who wins that goddamn job. I really don't. All I know is I want the best player out there. And so you guys check that out, man. But Braxton Jones is in for the fight of his life right now.
Yeah, being Braxton Jones is the not incumbent, but re-signed to the team that drafted him. I think he's really
nobody saw that coming, by the way, Trip.
Being him re-signed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figured, let him go, but I think that the Ozzy Trapillo injury kind of, threw all that out the window, their plans that they had. So the audible call is like, all right, we bring back Braxton Jones, but then we want more competition. So now Jedrick Willis coming off of an injury, but talent wise, just a different higher level than Braxton Jones all the way around. You look at maybe Karan Amagaji, if he's healthy, coming back pushing Braxton, and then of course Canadian Eagle Theo pushing him. So Braxton is, the world is in front of him now. It's all up to what he can do. If he can come in and show that he's, fixed his anchor, which was the not the strongest part of his game, the weakest part of his game. He has that run game nastiness. He's quick. If he's shown that he has improved that anchor, getting stronger on his, his trunk and lower side, he has the opportunity to say, hey, I can still start at left tackle. If not here, I'm increasing his value, for the rest of the league, contract wise. Left tackles make some money. So, the possibilities for Braxton are right here. I believe that this coaching staff will, give them fair fights, so to speak. I don't think that they will play favoritism. I could be wrong or naive. I don't know. But if they put the best players on the field, Braxton is up against it with the stiffest competition he's had at left tackle since he's been here, in the name of Willis.
Wills.
What?
Wills?
Willis.
Yeah, Jedrick Wills.
What you talking about, Willis? Sorry.
Right, let's stick to
look, you said you don't care, Nomad, how this particular position shakes out. And I kind of care. And I'll explain to you what I mean by that. They clearly did not believe that this player was the linchpin left tackle that they were looking for. And he's had a fair amount of time on task to prove that. I say this to the degree that they went out and have now drafted a couple of successors, being Ozzie Trapillo, being undrafted free agent Theo Benedict, being Karan Amagaji, who is at this point somewhat of an afterthought. All that draft capital that's been put into and development that's been put into these other guys, again, speaks to me. It says to me that they don't really believe in this guy in this position. I'm going to say some other stuff now. Sometimes that's the type of disbelief that you need to really put into yourself to prove the masses wrong. So, big ups to Braxton Jones and his journey and on his path back to this competition, back to this battle for left tackle. Perhaps the time off task last season, and the ability to sort of nurse the injury back to a place where he's now not just comfortable with the injury, but better after the injury. This is the type of stuff that he's going to have to put on the field and display come training camp. Again, lots of competition in this particular position, including Mr. Wills, who's now been brought into the fray and has been touted as, again, a very high caliber talent, also with a similar injury, and who's now coming back from that injury and hopefully after rest is better. So we're going to find out realistically who vies for supremacy here, whether it's Braxton, whether it's Jedrick Wills, whether it is Karan, Theo. It's clearly not going to be Ozzie, and we won't see Ozzie for quite some time. He might also need a full year back, a full year of rest, just like Braxton did, just like Jedrick did. So fingers crossed as to who grabs the brass ring and takes control of that left tackle position. But God willing, Bears need a left tackle, so it's got to be somebody.
All right, last take before we move on to the next thing. Before Braxton got injured, I seen him play the best football I've ever seen him play. And even his best football, as good as it was, whether it was in the run game, pass protection, outside of power, he really, really executed to the highest I've ever seen him execute. He was really, really good quietly. And unless you watch all 22 on a regular basis, you wouldn't know. Now, I'm just giving him credit where credit is due. He was really good before he got injured, outside of, the bull rushes that, that's at the time when Caleb was holding the ball a little too long as well, too. And it really accentuated the fact that, all right, he's going to get pushed back into the quarterback. That's different now. And that's part of maybe some of the psychology of re-signing Braxton Jones outside of the Ozzie injury is, okay, Caleb's getting the ball out of his hand faster. If it's a 3-step drop and you're supposed to get that ball out, get the damn ball out. Don't have Braxton over there blocking for an extra 2-3 seconds. He's going to look bad. He's not powerful. He's good, but he's not powerful. And that shows up on film all the time. And that's the hiccup everybody has with Braxton Jones, is that he cannot handle the bull rush, especially when he has to, protect for extended periods of time. That was a different Caleb Williams. Very different Caleb Williams. And so you got that going for him. This is what I just explained, to me, is why Braxton Jones was a good re-signing. Because he's going to get a chance to protect in a different kind of way, in a different kind of environment with a different quarterback now. And I think, however this plays out, I love the fact that he gets to be totally healthy. He's getting his body strength back up, and he gives himself a chance. And he strengthens our left tackle position just by way of fact of being here. So I just love it for him, and hate it for him at the same time. But, this is the NFL, man. The strongest survive. It's the way it is, man. But we got to get to the next player. And that is going to be, to me, his stiffest competition. And that is this fella right here. This is Jedrick Wills. We signed for pennies on the dollar, coming off a serious injury. And he gave himself a year to repair from. Again, I said this, I don't know how many times, and I'm going to say it again. NFL players that have made, best thing I can tell y'all, start saving your money. So in case you need to take a year off to get your body right, to make you a little more valuable, you got the money sitting aside and you don't need an NFL check to maintain your life. He was obviously smart enough to do that. Took a year off, got his body all the way right. And I'm telling you guys, if this guy comes back healthy, like he was the year previous to missing an entire year, we just got a steal. He's an absolute dominant beast. One of the better left tackles in the league when he was healthy. This was probably, if I had to tell you the best signing of the offseason without thinking about it too much, I would tell you this. Jedrick Wills is the best signing. Jedrick Wills, again, could have probably went anywhere. There's probably a lot of teams sniffing around at his situation. They know that if Jedrick Wills is healthy and can play football at a high level like he did at Cleveland, we got a steal. And this is why I think whoever that is the competition at left tackle, if this guy is healthy, he's going to beat the shit out of all of them.
Yeah, he was wasn't he a number 9 overall pick when he came out in the draft?
Top 10, 15, somewhere in that neighborhood, Trips. I don't remember.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a big dog coming out of college.
Oh, when he was drafted, his draft stock?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you, kids. Every time I speak to this, I see you with a lot of question on your face, and I just want maybe you think I'm embellishing a little bit. I'm telling you, this guy
about Jedrick Wills.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
He's a stud, man.
I know he is, and that's why I find it super hard to support the other side being Braxton Jones. I don't. If we're talking about a top 10, potentially top 20 selection in a relatively recent draft versus a 5th round pick in a relatively recent draft, both of them have been injured as of late. Both of them have had a year plus to nurse themselves back from injury. I'm likely to lean towards the top 20 pick. It's quite literally that simple. This on the field, watch his tape. I know you have. I've watched a fair amount of it as well. This kid looks like the real deal, right? Like, he looks like a left tackle. He's great in pass protection, pretty decent in run as well. Like, he'll get to the second level. It looks like he got a bit of a mean streak too, right? Looks a little bit mean out there. And these are all things you want in a left tackle. So I know we're on the Jedrick Wills side of this conversation, but I just have to say I'm hard pressed to hear that Braxton Jones has the fast track to this position. I don't think he does. I think This is Jedrick's job to lose, and I don't think he's going to lose his job. I think he's got it in the bag.
Let me ask you a question. Well, both of you guys. What's the starting left tackle in San Fran? What's his name again?
Who, Trent?
You notice what number he wears. He had a choice of all the numbers in the world to put on him. But you know what? Any good left tackle in the league, young left tackle that's coming in the league, you know who they epitomize. You know who's their epitome.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays like it too. How Trent goes out there and he just bullies cats. This is how Jedrick plays. I've seen this guy. It's like sometimes I'll see in reps. I was like, oh, something's wrong with his other arm. He's just out there mauling cats with one arm. Like Darnell did when his arm was messed up. Just he's got that ability, which is why you call this is a blue chip talent, which is why he gets drafted in top 10, 15 players.
Yeah.
He's that kind of talent.
And we look at successful teams with good offensive lines, and you know they got a shit ton of first round picks, you know, all along up and down their offensive line. It's like, man, you know, that's several years of drafting first round offensive linemen or trading for and or signing free agent offensive linemen. And so, you know, what we think Ozzie should do by taking a red shirt sophomore year, you know, as we commend Jedrick for saying, hey, I need to take time off, get my body right, and then come back to the game. If he's healthy, you know, hands down, he should be inside track to the starting left tackle position. So yeah, Levante, because he's good, you know, at football. It's just, you know, the health question. Because if he is healthy, you know, he should just be, you know, the starter. I don't see another competition that has his pedigree, his history, and or upside.
Hey, Trips, you know what? I'm striking myself a little bit when I tell you this. And it's just by way of all the things that's going on in the world that's got my attention kind of diverted from so much Bears content. I'd have been all over this story before he ever became a Bear. In any other world where I had all the time in the world to focus on Chicago, the Bears, and who we can get in free agency, the guys that are available, I'd have been all over this shit. I'd have told you guys ahead of time if we can get our hands on this after having a whole season off to repair himself, we got something. But I wasn't. My attention is elsewhere a lot more now than it ever was as the Bears content creator. So I apologize to you all. But here he is, here Chicago Bear now. So that's just me being transparent with you all. I'd have been all over this, man. You guys would have known all about this situation long before we got to him. Straight up.
Well, he is a Cleveland Brown, so I can definitely excuse that.
I love that team.
Do you?
I love the athletes on that team.
Well, they've got great high-end draft picks, and here's another one that, for the most part, they've somewhat flushed down the toilet. And again, here's another one. So we will take those toilet droppings and turn it into solid fucking gold.
Bro, you talking about a good 10 years worth of early first-round picks. I'm talking about 10, just layered with talent.
So I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. It's the Cleveland Browns. Man. They've been drafted in the top 10 for as long as, I don't know, for a very long time.
Every offseason, I'm like a damn buzzard around their whole roster.
By the way, since we're talking about Cleveland Browns, they're gonna have a really good season this season. Just mark my words.
I might have to agree with that, man.
They're gonna have a really good season this season. So this is gonna be the season that where everybody's like, "Oh, snap!"
I'd say they'd be more competitive this year.
Well, the head coach was like, "Man, Shedeur Sanders came in looking good."
Yeah,
he knows. He got protection for him. Then he got some weapons for him. Then he got some defensive help for him. they kind of went ham in this offseason, mostly in the draft, but they kind of went ham. And they also apparently, if we have the hardest schedule in the NFL, they have the easiest schedule in the NFL. So we're going to see. I think they're going to have a really good season and people are going to be surprised.
All right, man. We got to shift conversation because guess what? The Bears are one thing. The Bears are one thing in the world, but shit's getting real in the real world, and we need to discuss what's going on in it, man. So we need to get started with that.
Okay.
Okay, fellas, before we take off on this, we got 3 items to discuss. I tried to pare it down a little bit so we only have so much on the screen so we can see it clearly. If any one of you guys feels like it, read through it all, and then we just take one item at a time and go from there.
Middle East conflict fallout. 1. The fallout has led to soaring global energy prices, supply chain constraints, such as tech components. 2. Skyrocketing global oil and gas prices have prompted G7 finance ministers to scramble for economic stability measures. 3. Diplomatic realignments are developing swiftly, minus the U.S. reshaping the regional power balance. And I would change that from regional power balance to global power balance.
Okay, start wherever you like, man. Any one of those items you want to start with?
Well, let's just start there. The diplomatic realignments. U.S. Used to be the great superpower, the big military. We got bases all over the world. We can just kind of Team America.
World Police, fuck yeah.
We can burka, burka, burka. We could do whatever the hell we wanted, wherever the hell we wanted, burka, burka, burka. And
burka.
But now that the bullying of other areas, namely Iran, now with the whole Strait of Hormuz fiasco and the global markets with oil, as we'll get to, the U.S. has lost the soft power advantage, not only in the world of the USAID recipients, but in the oil barren area over there. And now China is coming on there and like, hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Yeah, the US, they're assholes, aren't they? I know, right? Here, hey, you want some fried rice? Come on, let's go and get some of this fried rice and holler. You know what I'm saying? So China is coming in and they're working with every country around the globe, every single one of them, and they're especially running to the countries that, we have spurned with tariffs or, with threats or with whatever. China's going right back in there behind them. It's like, hey, we got you. And working out all kinds of deals, and the world currencies is shifting to that way, away from the dollar. So the global power that the U.S. used to enjoy is being sold, given, taken away by China.
You said it, man. China knows exactly what they're doing. They are, quite frankly, in many ways, they're the opposite of the United States of America. It's not just that like communist thing. It's got a lot more to do with the fact that they manufacture goods, and there's not a lot of goods being manufactured in the U.S. The GDP in China versus the GDP in the United States of America are two completely different things. GDP, here is more based on financial sales and or AI sales. Like that's where money is being invested and money is being made. The other guys just make shit. They make, and sometimes the shit they make is shitty. But they still
guess
make
what,
shit.
kids?
What's that?
If you make some shit, they're gonna be like, we're gonna figure out how you make that shit. We're gonna undercut you with some shittier shit.
Oh, for sure. We're gonna make it for pennies on the dollar. We will definitely
Remember,
get
fellas, we got to get cut ups, man. Watch the language, man.
Okay, I'm just saying you might want to get some kids to do some labor and keep things super cheap, and then make like you're not using kids to do labor. Doesn't make any difference. Most definitely, they have a GDP that's completely the opposite of what we have in place, and because that's in place, they can do something super creative, which is, I'm just going to trade you some of these goods, right? You don't like the yen versus the dollar. You're in a deal for the petrodollar. It's cool. We'll just give you what do you need? You need stuff? We got all kinds of stuff in this warehouse. We'll just ship that stuff to you. You know what I'm saying? We'll ship it over. You take the stuff. You give us oil. You give us whatever the barter conversation is truly about. So they've actually taken things to a different level and different dynamic, which is in itself changing that global, power balance. Because again, if you don't have anything to really trade, a little bit hard to have that conversation with a country, right?
I heard a long time ago, and I do think for that time period that we all have grown up in, who controlled the oil controlled the world. And that's very true, especially right now. And for a long time, that soft power that Trips was referring to was held by the United States and Israel, again, for that matter, just because they're a proxy to us or we're a proxy to them. I don't know which one is the same.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah. And so the thing is this: while this is all going on, it might be some people that might want to disagree with this, but I don't know what the hell you're looking at if you don't see this in this exact way. Iran has emerged as a superpower because of this. And we might not see it directly on its face right now as that, because we're in the thickets with this, and we just haven't come to that realization yet. But that's exactly what's happening right now. That's a 5,000-year-old country versus a 250-year-old country.
It's not a crazy take. And the only reason I'm saying this is, and it's the worst thing I'm about to say, though, is just that the petrodollar hasn't like lost enough value yet. When it does, things are gonna get nasty for all. Like we might as well just jump into the next.
I got a date for you, kids.
What's that? You have a date?
Yes. To that petrodollar point you're trying to make there.
That's not good. What's the date?
July 4th.
What happens on the 4th of July?
Everybody will be in strategic reserves only. Everybody that cannot go through the Strait of Hormuz and get flow of oil and flow of commerce out of there will be in strategic reserves by July 4th.
When you say everybody,
that goes to part the part two, number two, excuse me.
Mostly talking about Europe. Yeah, but you're right, Trips. You're right.
Skyrocketing global oil and gas prices. The G7. So you're talking about Europe, with their jet fuels and stuff, but more so Asia, Southeast Asia. They're having rolling blackouts because they don't have the fuel. They aren't able or weren't able to plant like a lot of their crops because they didn't have the necessary fertilizers and materials. So not only are they having an energy, oil, and gas crisis, they're about to have food and famine issues, coming up because of the situation surrounding the U.S. invade or bombing Israel of Iran and all them over there. So we here in the United States are paying higher gas fees and we're inconvenienced, but these other countries and these ministers are scrambling because they are in dire straits over there. And so economically, they're about to fall off a table, off a cliff, if you will. And then just for their standard of living, their quality of living for their people over there, they're suffering, because they don't have the, conveniences and comforts that we have. And the ones that they do, they can't get because they got no fuel for.
Well, hey, Trish, let me answer one of the questions kids asked in the thick of that. He was asking who in particular are these places that might run into that deadline. It's probably us and European nations, the Western coalitions. And so, all the countries.
Well, that's because United States, the bigger, richer countries have more reserves than, like the Philippines, the Thailands and such, or, Southeast Asia in general. The things that are going on in Japan, who have a better economic system than other countries, are suffering, because of all of this.
The rest of the world outside of us and Europe have been waiting for this day for eons, and never thought that the United States would elect somebody as dumb as this to take it there.
Well,
and guess what? They did.
Well, elect dumb enough, yeah, but the guardrails to prevent them from doing it, nobody expected them to fall or lay side or just be, bulldozed over like they were.
So I hate to say this, but this is bound to happen. Like, I mean? This like
it's tied by
this exact
anyway, but
this exact scenario was kind of like was well in prediction decades ago. The thing about it is the guy in Washington has basically just poured salt in the wound and vinegar, and he's come in and he's made this whole situation not only more untenable, but has also gone around to the and this is why I was asking about like which nations, you know what I mean? But he's kind of gone around to all the nations in general and basically said, "Hey, how you doing? Fuck you." And that's just sort of been, sorry, man, but that's kind of what he's done. He's gone to each one of these countries and made it so that they don't necessarily want to support any initiative that he's involved in. Making matters worse, he's now cornered them into a position where they need to scramble. They're scrambling that they have to scramble and do something dynamic to make sure that their standard of living is something that they can protect. It's something that they can continue to uphold. Does upholding that standard of living at each one of those countries really mean doing any level of business with the United States of America, with the guy in Washington? And I have to say, probably not.
The thing about what you're saying is this: you're looking at it from a little bit broader perspective. We're talking about a goddamn dummy.
I agree.
Who's in this to get gains himself. He's in there trying to lowjack the Arab states. In any Arab state that had money, he's trying to benefit and fill his pockets up. So anything that he went to any Arab state to try to do, he's trying to get money for himself. He wasn't thinking about the United States and his overall well-being. He went in there and used the entire United States government to try to put a ball and chain on them for his own benefit. That's what he did. That's what he's always been about.
Makes sense.
And people are just waking up to that. They got
whatever he wanted, like whatever he had to do to exacerbate this situation, he's definitely done in spades. Like that goes, you know what I mean? It goes without saying, which makes this whole thing look like it just looks mad. But in the process, and this is really, again, why I was asking you about who's who, right? He's alienated just about everybody out there. All the friends, all the allies, all the partners, all 7 of those G's. He's given all of those guys the middle finger. And to make matters worse, he's put them in a position where again, maintaining their standard of living might be impossible. And if it's not impossible, it's extremely, extremely levels more expensive than they had ever dreamed.
Hey, kids, here's what happened before we get to number one. You got this hornet's nest out by your house, right? But you ain't bothering it. They ain't bothering you. Cool. U.S. came over and kicked the shit out of that hornet's nest and put a funnel right to your house and was like, well, why aren't you fixing it? It's like, because I didn't kick it. What are you doing? And it's like, well, fix it. And so now they're having to scramble because they didn't plan for this.
And every time they go outside, they get stung. You're right.
They weren't consulted about this kicking of the nest before it was kicked. They made no preparations and plans for the kicking of the nest because they didn't know it was going to be kicked. And then now it's been kicked and they have to react. And it's like, well, shit, if we don't react, we got these negative effects. If we do react, now we're getting sucked into, this thing or this conflict that we had nothing to do with, that didn't exist, but here we are.
It is an absolute S show of diplomacy, democracy, or whatever you want to call whatever we're living through right now. But what they've done is they've shaken up the entire, like Tripp said, they hit the hornet's nest, man. And now all the people that were looked at, the places that were looked at as third world countries, places we look down at as, they call these other places, like the people in the G7 in this country, like they call them countries, and they call these other places regimes. And now clearly we can see who has a regime and who has countries.
Yeah.
So we're the regime right now.
Yep. And because of the actions of our regime, number one, the fallout has led to soaring global energy prices, aforementioned, supply chain constraints such as tech components. Now, something else, as China was going in, being the comforting shoulder to cry on, was they, signed deals now with all of those African nations that we left hanging out to dry to, catch Ebola and enjoy that. Those African lands have rare minerals and rare earth stuff that, tech companies need. And who needs that stuff? The tech companies that want to produce things, of which the United States does none. But China does. And if we look at what's happening in the world, not only in, Iran and that Middle Eastern area, but with Ukraine and their advancements on drone tech and how it's being used to, fight the war. But the beautiful part of it is they've sourced all of their materials locally. So, so they've reused cardboard, plastics, to make in the drone. So they're not dependent on any country, on any supply chain, to be able to defend themselves. And now they're selling that, that IT, that intellectual property to other, nations on how to make drones, because that's where warfare is going. And so you look at the tech companies, they're cleaning up right now, because every time you hear about a drone attack or the different kinds of drones, all of those drones take tech parts. Now, granted, they can be made, large quantities of them on a large scale for very cheap, a few $100, few $1,000 at a time. And wherever they're getting the explosive payloads from, those countries, those companies are getting paid. And guess what? Kids, some of the family members of our dear leader are owners and investors in many of these now said companies and industries. You know, while you know,
so some trips.
Huh?
I need to point out something about the number one thing you just read there about the fallout that led to soaring global energy prices, supply chain constraints, such as tech components. I guarantee you, in your algorithm, whatever social media you're on, if you scroll enough, you're going to start seeing more and more and more small companies popping up willing to grab your old phones. And I'll tell you why. There's lithium in that phone, in the batteries. And where the majority of lithium comes from, you probably should do some homework on and figure out. Tech components, computers, chips, and all that kind of stuff. That's just the bald-headed explanation of what we're discussing here. And I'm just talking about chips of computer components. Lithium is involved. Right or wrong? Am I right or wrong?
No, you're a billion percent. You're a billion percent right. Like I don't even know really where to start with this, but given that tech component case scenario and the vast majority of it being manufactured in China by China, these are all conversations, right? These are all conversations to be had that China will have with each one of these nations, whether G7 or external. And they don't and this is, just to make sense of things, what's happening behind the scenes now is the petrodollar isn't dead. They're just circumnavigating it, right? They're not trading in yen. They're trading in goods and services. And you can't.
They have plenty.
You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about that. The one thing that you can do is, unfortunately, if you need oil to create and or generate, make whatever, manufacture that tech, those goods, well, that may eventually become a problem too. So we'll have to see how this whole thing goes, man. But dude,
those tech components, kids, and no matter those tech components, you can't buy a new car today. You can't manufacture a new car today without tech components,
computer chips,
and those chips, those wires, whatever components. But American car manufacturers can't do what they do, can't produce what they produce without having to deal with Taiwan or China, because they make the parts over there. We can make everything else, but it's like it don't work because we don't have that chip, and we can't make that chip because that part of the chip comes from Africa. That part of the chip comes from Iran. That part of the chip comes from wherever the hell it comes from, but it's all put together in China or Taiwan, and then we buy them from them. But if they're not selling to us, guess what? We don't get any. If they decide to hike the prices up, guess what? We got to pay more. So they have not created, but because of the situation, took advantage of and created the opportunity to say, hey, we're your superpower now. Because they met with the United States president, and the very next week they met with the Russian president, same pomp and circumstance. You know what I mean? So they're working with anybody and everybody to get what they need to get the position in the world that they are rising to.
You know what this is leading to? And I'm just going to ask you guys a question. I'm pretty sure both of you guys have seen, and I'm just using this as an example. You guys have seen the show Vice, right?
Episode. Yeah.
Okay. So when Vice goes to some quote unquote third world country and everybody's on goddamn on scooters, and you think it's just because they got a lot of people there, everybody needs to ride a scooter. No. They've been knowing for a long time all that carbon emission and all that big vehicles and all that stupid crap that we live with over here. Guess what? The United States is going to be a bunch of people that's riding around on scooters if they're smart, because we're going to need to. Sounds like a hot take, but that's for real.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a bit of a hot take, so the flip side of this is just that because we're spoiled, you know what I mean? Because we don't need to, we don't do it. It's funny, man, because I was sitting beside, I pulled up to grab a bite to eat with the family today, and gentleman beside me pulled up in like an e-scooter, and he pressed his button, on his keychain and put his alarm on and went whoop whoop. And me and the fam kind of looked at each other. We're like, "What? Does he think I'm going to steal this thing?" And we kind of laughed it off. And then I stopped and I looked at it and I was like, "Damn, you know what? You ain't got to pay no insurance. You ain't got to pay no gas. All you got to do is charge this thing up and away he goes." And it turns out he's an Uber driver. He's making money and saving money at the same time. I'm like, "Damn, you know what? Now you're
kids. Are we too proud? I'm not too proud. I'm not too proud to live that life.
So there was a time when I was, right? And it's funny we're having this conversation because I was saying it to my son the other day. I was like, that's when I went to Amsterdam and left. For the most part, I was like, I don't ever need to buy like a vehicle again. I can live on a bicycle. I can use Uber if I need to go somewhere. I don't really need to buy a vehicle. But at the same time, I could buy a little e-scooter and put around and get shit done. Right? I don't have any problems with that. It's cost effective. The unfortunate reality is we're going to be put in a position where we may have to think like that real soon.
Yeah, but they're making covers and stuff, but you ain't riding no scooter in the middle of winter. If it's raining outside, that's
you're right.
Your ass will. I bet you will.
Well, not Canadian winter, no chance. No,
that's the safety factor. 2 wheels and blizzard. No, that's not safe.
Hey, I bet you they start profitting those things with a different kind of material. I bet you people are gonna be riding.
Well, they're gonna figure it out because necessity is the mother of all invention, as the saying goes. So when we have a country like we have here, reliant on fossil fuels, dirty energy, when we know that stuff is hard to dig out of the earth, hard to refine into something useful with a lot of waste materials, and it's getting harder and harder to get. Whereas if you have a house, you can get a shipping container or a trailer, type thing, reconverted into a tiny home, if you will. That's the real estate buzzword, tiny homes now. Put you with some solar panels on the top. Instead of flat grass that looks like a golf course in the front or the back, grow some gardens and vegetables, put you greenhouses out there. You supply your own food in your own house, share amongst your neighbors and community. You got the solar panels that's providing electricity from the sun. You put up maybe a wind turbine if you want to augment. You have a rechargeable EV car and or scooters that you can just plug in. They have the charging things now that you can almost charge your electric vehicle in the time it takes to fill up a gas tank. So we have the technology to not be reliant on, the Middle East or dirty energy. We have the tech, but we're not using it because those in power are swayed by those who are continuing to make money off of the old ways. And so we're not going to be able to get to the new ways until dire straits, as opposed to planning and transitioning like adults.
Another thing too, Trips is so right now. But this whole thing with I can see a whole lot of problems being alleviated with people not driving big trucks and thinking they bad because they're sitting behind their big trucks and all that road rage. Get on a little scooter and be talking that shit. I'll get up and whoop your ass, man. Say something. One thing. Start all that BS if you want to, because there's a lot of road rage going on in the United States right now because I ain't gonna say it's us, but there's a lot of that going on. But last thing about this before we move to something else we need to talk about is the rolling blackouts that Trips mentioned very early in this. I did not highlight it on here because I didn't want to have too much stuff on here. That's going on in Asia right now. Parts of Asia, they're already starting to deal with that. I think small parts of Europe are already implementing that. That is part of number 2, scrambling for economic stability measures. And that's one economic stability exercise you can do is have rolling blackouts so that the grid is not sucking up as much energy. It's not costing you as much to run it. And so that's what I think we can expect here soon, at least post July 4th, if this thing isn't resolved.
And
I just want to say real quick, like, the powers that be are clearly idiots. They're clearly morons. Triple R, you just kind of ran it down the line. There's so many different ways that we could solve for the problems that are coming down the tubes hot and heavy. So many different ways. They have no interest in that at all, which like really begs a question, like, what are we, why do you vote? What are you voting for? What are these people doing? And why aren't they helping stabilize for situations like this?
Right. You're just voting into the same nonsense, hoping for a different result.
This is what I'm leading towards at this point. Because again,
don't go too far.
I'm not going too far at all. It's just the reality here, right? Like if Triple R, and I'm not sitting here saying that Triple R is a genius or the opposite of that. You know what I mean? If Triple R could come up with a viable plan in 30 seconds, which he just did, that would move us towards a more tenable situation and away from fossil fuels, which is completely, clearly untenable. Why couldn't the governments that we do business like that speak on our behalves do this?
Because every time we try to go that direction, the dummies emerge.
They get Bernie Sanders.
The dummies in this country emerge.
That means the people that the powers that be like the status quo because it gives them control, money, and power. And the suggestions that I've been touting takes that away from them, and they ain't trying to hear that. So they will lobby, they will influence voters, they will lie, they will cheat, they will steal. They will start wars and commit atrocities around the world because it keeps them paid and in power.
I'm gonna vote for you to keep me in poverty. It's what.
But this is where we are, right? It's not like in poverty is one aspect of it, man. You know what I mean? The other aspect is like in a completely untenable. I might not have power. I might not be able to afford the things, the standard of living that I'm at today. You know what I mean? And I mean, I'm saying this on a global tier. If nobody globally can maintain the standard of living that we're at today, what are we doing? Should we not be pivoting?
Well, here's where looking at the higher frequency is where this situation could be a blessing. Because obviously it's always darkest before the dawn. It's going to get worse before it gets better kind of thing. But the status quo that has been going on in this country just for issues like, the racism, the sexism, the, all of that stuff was the status quo. And it's like, well, if we elect this senator or this president or this congressman, they can get in there, can change stuff. And then they go in there and then they get bowled over, bought out, bullied out. They don't change the system. But what this guy has shown all the guardrails, all the systematic checks and balances have been blown right through. So on the other side of him, it's not going back to what it was before, the status quo. So it has to be improved. It has to be quote unquote fixed, if you will, to the best way possible to get the money out of the politics, to get that influence out so we can actually get people in that will work to fix things in a smart, scientific, future-looking way. And now that's just domestically, because now all this stuff on the screen that we're seeing about the Middle East, whoever we elect and to fix this American system, got to fix all of that international stuff too.
Up the whole globe.
All right, man. Thank you, Kez, for taking us full balls into politics. We wasn't trying to go there.
Well, politics is politics, man.
Listen, man.
Middle East conflict affects the whole planet.
We got to change the tone. And this is a little bit more, let's just say, right here, right now. Anybody want to read it?
Ebola outbreak. Where's according to Africa's CDC, 113 people have died due to this latest outbreak. Officials are concerned due to the disease's rapid spread to more than 500 people in a very short time frame. Countries across the globe are taking more precautions to protect their citizens.
Now, before anybody takes off on this, I'm gonna, I'm not gonna play that video because I'm just gonna tell you what it is. This was yesterday around 6:30, 7 o'clock, and I don't know what it is now, but I'll just tell you, instead of showing you the video and maybe getting a strike from YouTube, I'll just tell you what it is. Today there was a plane diverted to Montreal that was coming from France, headed to Detroit here in the United States. That was diverted because information was gathered.
Diverted to Montreal?
Diverted to Montreal.
Okay, continue.
And it landed somewhere around 5:30 Eastern, I think, if it landed. I don't know if it did or not. This is just the information that I had. But it was scheduled to come here and land somewhere around 6:30 or something. But it supposedly was diverted because we would not receive them. And apparently, witnesses that were on that plane called while they were on that plane, even though they shouldn't have, and reported that there was an emergency that happened during that plane. There was some kind of outbreak that happened on that plane, and it was obvious. And, the stewardesses and the captain had everybody mask up and, try to do some kind of separation on the plane. And it was, it was scheduled to land here. But, you got hantavirus going on right now, and this Ebola outbreak that's happening, and it's starting to spread. And I think that's big news. That's big news.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It is big news because, Ebola, hantavirus, things that cause death to people are serious. But you're going to have that portion of the population that'll be like, oh, this ain't nothing but COVID. This ain't nothing but fake news.
They're dummies.
Yeah. Well, hey, this is, my body, my choice. You're not going to make me wear a mask, blah, blah, blah.
Let's just talk about it. Yeah.
But these are the same people that, will spread this stuff unwittingly, unknowingly. And
like a dog this time.
But that's the thing, though. When we had the USAID and that presence in Africa, part of the scientific research that they were doing were on these viruses, namely Ebola and other things like that of that nature. And they had vaccines that maybe they were testing on them. Sure, see if they worked or not. Because how do you know if it works or not if you don't test it? And they're going to die anyway. So it's not like, well, let's see if it works. It's more of like, let's see if it works. And they had contained many of these illnesses to small areas of that content. But as soon as we get this leather bound dude with the voice and is like, used to snort heroin or whatever off of toilet seats, and now he's the dude in charge of the health, or this other the Dr. Oz dude that be selling stuff on TV all the time from his talk show, but now he's in charge too. And it's like, oh, it's just bad on top of bad being cultivated by more bad.
Trips is trying to say that they've hollowed out the money and the research and the people that would do
the serious doctors and scientists,
all the people that would keep people safe. They just to get the money away from that part of the government. Just and look at this. The United States is the leader in world medicine when it comes to, even the stuff that we export, the supplies that we export, the help that we export. Countries across the globe depend on us to be able to help them function because they have less resources. They tried to hollow it out. So immediately, these people that are in charge of the government need to be out of there now before the shit gets too out of hand.
Because this is
already too late.
This is serious. These are very unserious people in very serious positions.
Oh God, it's when you start thinking about it from a macro point of view, that's one thing. But when you start thinking about it in a micro point of view, like, oh, how fucking, excuse my language. I that's me trying to control the cussing, and I'm cussing, but that's how upset I am that I can't let y'all really know how upset I am about all of this. Well, it's really, really regrettable that we're here, but here we are.
I'm selfishly upset that they sent that plane 2 hours away from my house. It's a little bit of a piss off.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like, y'all diverted it and was like, yo, they can't come here. But happy Canada, always a good neighbor. Takes on
y'all go ahead and take this Ebola though.
Takes on an Ebola-ridden plane. And I'm only a couple hours away from Montreal. This is perfect.
They landed in Montreal. I had to say that to you, kids, but
perfect. That's exactly what we want.
Check that one out.
But the scary part is, okay, all right, bacteria, diseases, outbreaks happen. Okay, cool. But guess what? We have, people that are dedicated, that put on the hazmat suits and go into the clean rooms and work with these dangerous, microbes and under microscopes and all that stuff to save us. All those people got fired, kids. You know what I'm saying? We don't have those people no more. Now we got people that are like, I don't think that aspirin's good for you. And it's like, what?
These are the same people that take Lexapro.
We talking about Ebola, bitch. What you talking about?
They take Lexapro every day, start their day with wine and vodka, continue their day with uppers and stuff, and taking meth. We got very, very, very.
Barring the meth, I was with you there for a second.
Dog, I'm talking about these people cannot handle the frequency, man. I'm serious. These are the people that's running around creating all the havoc. They're addicts. We got a bunch of addicts calling the shot.
Mm-hmm. And legit on paper addicts. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? Documented.
Did you see Elon?
Not speculated.
Did you see Elon Musk in the in China?
He was hired in giraffe balls.
I'm like, what in the
He was like, yeah, how is this person tweaking like this and ain't nobody saying nothing? Oh, he's rich.
Man, it's ridiculous, bro.
Now, what was he doing?
He was he's kind of goofy, right? So
they say he's got Asperger's or something.
Yeah, whatever. He's still goofy. But that got nothing to do with it. I think that's just him. But he's taking pictures, selfies with some of the Chinese people that were there meeting with him, because he's Elon Musk. They know who he is. So it's like, hey, can I get a selfie? And instead of, doing like, hey, how you doing? He's making like, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I mean, addicts having
but there was this camera angle and they were showing them, and it's like, man, that dude is straight up tripping on ketamine right now.
We got addicts.
Because people that take ketamine or people that know people that take that drug be like, that's the way they act when they're on that drug. Or that's the way I act when I'm on that drug.
The bald-headed truth is we have addicts in probably the presidency and probably inside the White House and people with proximity to it. All addicts. They effed up in the head and they controlling the most powerful country in the world, or what was.
And well, not only are they addicts, but they also got other things in common, like being on certain lists, though, kids.
I've heard of these lists.
Because who do you trust? You trust people you party with. You trust people that, will keep your secrets. You will keep their secrets. You trust people that know that I got something on him. He got something on me. And it's something that we can, exploit. So we're going to work together. And so that darkness is all together now, hovering over everybody and spreading across the world.
I'll tell y'all a funny story real quick before we get out of this and get into a movie breakdown. We got to be expeditious about it. But I learned, I learned how corporate America really, really functions. I probably said this privately to both of y'all, because it's a memory that really sticks out in my head. I was in Tennessee trying to get a coal ash contract for my temporary company that I was managing. And the coal ash business in the South, especially up in the Tennessee area, is very big. It's a very big business, man. I went and sat in the office of a CEO that had a lot of money. I'm talking about a lot of money. I went in his office and it was crazy. Office. Then that was one thing. He invited me to his hotel suite, not his room. Now, I don't think it was nothing funny going on, but he had all kinds of assistants and all that kind of stuff. It was a regular situation, but he was in the W in downtown Atlanta. So the meeting started in Tennessee. I think we was in Chattanooga somewhere, something like that. And we ended up at the W in Atlanta. And I go in this guy's office or in his suite. This guy starts his day off with a shot of vodka, Lexapro. I'm talking about a nice shot of vodka.
Take the edge off.
Lexapro.
Take the edge off.
And a line of COKE.
Gotta get up after you take the edge off.
And he was just like, "You want some breakfast?" I was just like, "Cuz," in my head, I'm like, "Cuz, you tripping?
Breakfast of champions."
I was just like, "No, I'm good." He said, "I'm sure." He's like, "You sure?" I got a drawer full of it. This is an old country Tennessee boy. And I'm just like, he's just like, this is how we do business, man. We get up every day and this is how we go. Think about what I just said. Lexapro. You get up and you take a line of COKE. And that's how he functions through the day. And I left there, when I left there, feeling good about my chances to get that contract, which I never got. And I came up second. And he called me back there to talk to me about that. He gave it to somebody else. I'll just say that.
Somebody like the party?
No. I'll tell you that after the show. But I came away with something that was staying in my memory, and I see it to this day now. It's like some people function like normal people. They get up, they go about their day, and they don't need stimulants, whether it's uppers, downers. They just handle the complexities of life through their own measures. You know what I mean? And that's just go handle it.
Mental fortitude.
Yeah. And then there's others that cannot function with that frequency.
Where's my morning joint? Where's my coffee? Where's my tea?
And it opened my eyes up. It opened my eyes up to a completely different reality in society that I had only heard about. but never really experienced. And so I'm telling you guys that we have people with that kind of mindset at the helms of government, and we're in trouble.
Oh, you didn't see The Wolf of Wall Street, did you?
No, I don't want to see that shit.
Okay, sorry. Like this it's just like that's like it's a good introduction to like similar fare, if you will, right? Just a good introduction to this type of lifestyle. The whole
excess.
Well, don't tell me.
Well,
Don't give me the movie breakdown.
I'm not going to give you anything like that. I'm just saying,
you're gonna do that movie, kids.
No. I'm just saying Wall Street, high functioning Wall Street fucking
executives with
executive degenerates
with prescriptions as well as illegal, drugs.
And a shot
bright and early in the morning, every day, all day.
I think it was a test to see if I was
if you were cool.
To see if I was somebody that he was gonna get that. I think he wanted to give me that. He was very impressed with me. It's just me and my people skills and how I ingratiate myself with folks. And he really, really liked. He brought it to that level. He brought me from his office
in a square.
He brought me from his office to the W in that suite with all them assistants around him, to bringing me to the final meeting to let me know his decision. He didn't play me like that. He told me exactly why he did it. Now I'll tell you guys behind the scenes. But it wasn't good, but I respected the fact that he was able to tell me that truth instead of me having to wonder. And that I'll forever be respectful about that fact. But his decision was still disrespectful. But these people that run levers of government, this is how they function. They can't function just regularly with your own fortitude and your own mindset and just do the right thing. They have to have stimulants. And that's not to be said to like it's isolated to upper people with a lot of money. People way down, this is how they're functioning. Stimulants, depressants. We're littered with people that live like this. And it's unfortunate, man, because it's going to get worse as this thing continues.
That's the tough part, because uppers, downers, stimulants, depressants, whatever, they all have some kind of basis in what they do to your synapses or your brain waves or your head. And there are legitimate reasons, medical, psychological, to have some of these prescriptions or drugs, whereas a lot of people just use them as a crutch. It's like, I need that to get by, but others are using them to self-medicate because of a lack of synapse firing, or connectivity, or voices, or schizophrenia type things. They're self-medicating. They're using the drugs to calm down the voices, or mute this feeling, or stop this, or enhance that. So there's a lot of mental health treatment that needs to be done that's not getting done, that would help alleviate a lot of the drug dependency and a lot of the self-medication, but I'm old enough to remember mental health centers, throughout the city of Chicago. It's like just the mental health clinic, but they closed all of them down. And so the people who were still struggling, and even more people that are struggling, over the last however many decades, because of crack, because of the drug epidemics, because of the people getting locked up. And now you have the outside stressors that people don't think of as stressors here, kids. In the Black community, they're trying to go back to Jim Crow, to where, Black people voting, we really don't need that in this country. So in 2020, 6, You know, we got states that are like, black people voting, fuck all that. So, I mean, we're going backwards, and that's outside stressors that people are like, I need a cigarette after all this, just calm my nerves. Or, the cigarette then leads to all these other drugs. So, whether it be because of business, whether it be because of outside stress or inside head motivation stress, the common denominator are that there are a lot of drugs just available on the street for wherever you need them. That market is totally, unregulated, and people are making a shit ton of money off of it to keep that status quo.
Well, just for the sake of time, man, not to cut nobody off, but it is it's a disaster, man, in this country, man. It really is, for all the reasons spoken to tonight. And only reason we're talking about this tonight is not to embellish about how many problems we all have and how many problems these governments have, including ours. It's not that. It's to awaken everybody and get people aware of what to do next. Spend your time checking boxes for your own household and for your own good, making sure that you have an answer to all of the fallout that can happen behind what's going on right now, and that is preparing. People call it prepping, people call it doomsday survival, whatever you want to call it, but start checking some boxes in your home. Start checking some boxes. And at the worst, you've got some extra things, and for the people that think that everything is just going to get back to the way that it was before, and I feel for you, but if it does by chance, then you just got some extra stuff. But really, start checking some boxes and getting yourself some supplies. We got to move on to a whole other conversation real quick. I'm gonna play a card here, and I know I usually give you guys an opportunity to choose, but I'm just gonna pull this out of the hat. Let's give a breakdown to what you guys thought about this movie here.
Reservoir Dogs. Harvey Keitel, Tim Roth, Chris Penn, Steve Buscemi. Who is that?
Michael Madsen.
Michael Madsen.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Who's that before Michael Madsen and after Steve Buscemi?
Lawrence somebody.
All right, Lawrence Tierney. But a classic movie, a group of gangsters or thieves coming together to do a job. Things go sideways. Non-hilarity ensues.
Yeah. Classic Quentin. What more can I say? This is
Hold on. Kids, before you go, I kind of forgot something.
What did you forget?
This. I'm sorry for cutting you off, my bro.
It's all good. Yeah. What? Samuel Jackson right there. Again,
wouldn't have been
classic Quentin. And this is probably one of the few movies you might find without Samuel Jackson involved in a Quentin Tarantino
That's
film.
True, man. I never thought about that, but I didn't even know this was a Quentin Tarantino movie.
This is the first one.
Be safe, Smitty.
Sorry, this is the second one. The first one was True Romance. I don't think it's truly attributed to Quentin. It's sort of Michael Madsen, brother. I think it's actually attributed to somebody else, but anyhow, this is Quentin. This is a badass movie, kind of all the way through, more or less, heist type of thing gone wrong. It's just Quentin. Like what more can I say? In most of these Quentin movies, there's some level of heist. It generally doesn't go the way that it was originally planned. Shit hits the fan, and things need to be cleaned up. And who better to run the show than Mr. Wolf himself, who in this case is not Mr. Wolf. I think he's Mr.
White.
He's Mr. White? Mr.
Isn't
White. I think I think you're right. Who was Pink? Pink was Buscemi?
He was, because he was not feeling that color.
That's right. Yes. I don't remember the rest of the colors. But hey.
But you know what this is, though, Kaz, right?
What?
World's smallest fucking violin. Remember the whole tipping conversation, or why he doesn't tip?
It's been I didn't remember it, but yes, it was a great that's not. Is that how this movie starts? Don't they start at the table having this conversation?
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Did y'all even mention flanking way in the back? You can't hardly see him, Tim Roth.
Yeah, no, he said Tim Roth.
Okay.
He said Tim Roth.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, kids, go ahead.
No, you go.
Oh yeah. But I mean the character development, because we say all these names and all of these are, high-powered actors in their own rights. You see the dichotomy of a Harvey Keitel when he finds out he may have been betrayed. Not to give away the
plot.
Movie, spoiler alert 40 years later. Tim Roth in his acting, the sociopathicness of Michael Madsen.
That's a good one.
And then the soundtrack, of course, Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cinematography, and then how how the story is told from different perspectives. I usually don't like movies that skip around a lot, that aren't linear. But looking at it's like, well, wait, why is he here bleeding? And then we have a flashback of, well, this is why he's bleeding. And it's like, oh, and then there's just a lot of flashbacks, a lot of current. And I usually don't like movies like that, but the way this is done, it's more of a like, okay, I'll follow this story a lot better.
Yeah, this movie's it truly is a precursor to Pulp Fiction. In many ways. Again, Michael Madsen being in this one, his character is the brother to Vinny Vega. I think his name is Vincent Vega in this film. So Vinny Vega is John Travolta's character in Pulp Fiction. Apparently, they were to do a film with Michael Madsen and John Travolta as the Vega brothers that just never materialized, but it was one of those things that he wanted to that Quentin wanted to do. Again, like non-linear things are sort of split up in different ways, and it'll definitely take the average Joe a little bit of time to go, wait a minute, like what's happening here, and piece it all together. But again, a beautiful piece job or directing job by Quentin nonetheless, not getting too deep into it. These guys are all set up on a mission. They're given code names, and off they go, only until the mission goes completely awry, leaving these gentlemen sort of at odds with each other and trying to figure things out. And that's the movie in a nutshell, without really getting too deep into exactly what happens in some of the greater conversations. Just like any Quentin Tarantino movie, there's some awesome conversation. Awesome. Chris Penn's in this movie. Yes, Chris Penn's in this movie. There's some great arguments. What else am I missing? And there's one of the best torture scenes of all time.
Yeah, and then there's plenty of gratuitous violence.
Tons of it.
One thing I can say to this movie is, and I'm giving you a macro view of it, and because I live in the United States and I've never lived anywhere else in the world, visited but never lived, I've never seen anything like this where psychopathy, the psychopaths are glamorized the way they are in this country through cinema. I mean, the celebration of psychopathic behavior is celebrated in this country. It's like they turn these guys into like lovable characters. Like, oh, I can relate to this. What? He's a psychopath, man. Straight psychopaths, and they are celebrated in this country. And this is not the only film that's ever happened there, but it's big money here. And that speaks to the psychology of the country and the people that pay money to go see things like this. I think it was a good movie. The screenplay was really good. It's well put together. Quentin Tarantino is definitely going to keep you if you're seeing anything like this for the first time, it's definitely going to keep you guessing. And that's what you love about it. The screenplay and how scenes are set up is great. Awesome. That's why he's one of the greatest to ever do it. But the psychology of the movie is just crazy.
Yeah. You got to check this out, Corny. This is one of those movies where you put it in and it's like, huh. Well, that was horrible. But then you find out why it's horrible, or what they did, the scene, and it's like, and then it sucks you in like right away, kind of horrible kind of thing.
Yeah,
because now you're questioning, why is this? Why did that just happen? And now you're in.
It's edgy. You see good, Cornelius. It's edgy.
It is, and no matter like. This is one of those times that I gotta kind of agree with you wholeheartedly. Yes, like it's psychopathy on display for sure. And I have to say that Quentin Tarantino might be one of the best directors of just general psychopathy. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what else to say, but he's very good at it.
When you start thinking about his body of work, you can't help but to
right down to till dawn.
Was Natural Born Killers? Was that Tarantino?
No,
I don't feel like it is.
But that's another movie that is
yes,
glorifying the anti-hero kind of thing.
100%. Like I don't mind the anti-hero, quote unquote. There's levels to that though. In any event, it was just
Oliver Stone. My bad.
Yeah, an interesting take though, Nomad, I have to say. Was an interesting take. I do have to agree with you. The one thing that Quentin does though is better than anyone else is the dialogue. He makes these psychopaths relatable by putting them in situations where they have regular standard conversations, just like you would have with an acquaintance. Right,
like tipping.
He's trying to say that he humanizes them so well.
Yeah,
1,000,000,000%,
and it's literally in conversation, like Royale with cheese in Pulp Fiction, or the conversation in this movie just around that table initially, where they're trying to figure before they get down to code names and dispersing them. There's just a whole interesting conversation / argument that's happening at this table, and you get sucked in to this conversation, and you're like, okay, this is a cool,
getting to know you.
Yeah, big time. And you kind of get to know each one of these guys, and which guy's the asshole of the group and who's not quite the asshole, who's level-headed, and you really get to see just in a short period of time through this conversation piece, who's who in the zoo, what you're dealing with before you get into the thick of these, the madness of this movie. But that's Quentin, man. Quentin's
crazy. I started picking up things watching enough Quentin Tarantino stuff. Again, I told you I didn't know this was a Tarantino movie until a couple years ago. I just did not know. I just watched the movie one night. I was a little broke off. I was in the middle of the movie, blazing up, and doing things with the lady, watching the shit, and I loved it. But at the same time, I come away with my take from everything the way I come away with it. This is because I'm me. I didn't notice feet in here because that's the theme throughout. If you watch Quentin Tarantino movies and watch them closely, this guy has a thing with feet. Like Triple R. He has a thing with feet. And in the what was it? What's the movie where the people playing karate and all that shit? And what is that one?
Kill Bill?
Kill Bill. All that, he was in love with Uma Thurman's feet. It was not only her
kind of basic, but okay.
Her feet, and I think what's her name? The Asian lady.
Oren Ichii, Lucy Liu.
Lucy Liu. But
nice.
she was there were scenes with that. but she was. It was like she must have fought or something to make sure that she had something on her. It was something weird going on. But this guy's got a. He's a weirdo, man, but a great writer, producer, and screenplay artist, man. I ain't saying that he does all this stuff himself, but the way it all comes together on the screen, I'm sure that he has all encompassing, editing. He owns that. And the way it comes off when we see it is dope. And you can't deny it. When you're just looking at the merits of the movie itself and you put the psychology to the side and you're just looking at a piece of cinema. Quentin Tarantino is one of the best that ever did it.
I mean, look at this movie poster. Most movie posters with this kind of subject matter, one of those guys is going to be holding a gun or pointing a gun or something to, denote just from the judging the movie by the cover, if you will, that, oh yeah, this is some gangster shit going on here. But you can tell just from these dudes wearing these sunglasses, dressed, identically. There's some gangster shit going on right here.
What I can't think of now. Like I got my favorite movie that I like, just because I like the genre. To me, Dusk Till Dawn, man. I just love that shit. I absolutely love that movie.
I can't stand it.
Oh, you don't like Selma Hayek?
He's not into.
No. I don't like Selma Hayek when she turns into a.
Kids, you're just not into the genre, man.
Well, that is a fact as well. Yeah. But I don't like when they turn Selma Hayek into a snake. I was very upset. That made me very angry.
You freak! It happens, man.
But when she poured that wine off of her toes and dripped it into his mouth,
how do we get back?
There we go with the feet again.
Like
man.
Them titties are crazy. They're everywhere. You went to the feet. Man. I'm just saying that's what I'm talking about.
Hey man, I didn't go to the feet.
Man, I already knew
I went to the feet. Don't put my name in this.
That usually doesn't come out of your face, man. But golly, put a filter back on it, man. Trips is the only one.
That was Quentin Tarantino. That is.
Yeah, man. That is a scene.
Stop chimping out, kids.
There go Trips. Whoa.
Hey, Trip, chill out, man.
No, that's what the young white that's derogatory term.
We're not going there.
I'm familiar, Trip.
Let's stick to Dusk Till Dawn. Let's stick to Dusk Till Dawn. Bust the Selma Hayek dripping alcohol off of her feet. Now that's supposed to turn you on, man. Now we ain't talking about nothing else.
It wasn't supposed to turn you on. It did.
I'm telling you, that movie makes me very angry.
Now
I'm very mad at Quentin Tarantino for that film.
But there is something that Quentin Tarantino does. He rehires a lot of the same people.
1,000,000,000%.
He likes method actors, man.
He likes the action.
Yeah, like Chris Penn is I don't know how I would critique his acting, but he's convincible in his roles.
Man, the man has big eyes and looks serious, and that's it.
Well said, though. I gotta give you props for that one too, because it's like nobody gives a shit about Chris Penn, but he does great. He does great in all of these
acting chops, man.
Right? He carries the scene when he needs to carry it.
He does.
He's a side piece.
He's in a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies,
and he has
American Hero,
decent sized roles in these movies too, and it's kind of weird, but there he goes.
He loves Harvey Keitel.
He does love Harvey Keitel. Clearly has a thing for Michael Madsen as well.
Who is no longer with us, by the way, too.
Rest in peace. Same thing with Tim Roth. Tim Roth been in at least 2 of these movies. Is there a third? Like definitely this one in Pulp.
And Buscemi, right? He's been a couple Quentin Tarantino films.
Buscemi's been in, I think. Well, he's in Pulp Fiction too, right?
Hey, you cats need to watch Boardwalk Empire.
With Bushimi as the head honcho dog, gangster
what's
dog.
the black guy that died from heroin overdose with the scar on his face? Michael.
Michael Omar from The Wire. Michael Jai White, no. Michael Scott, no. Michael Jordan.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Chat. What's his name? Omar from The Wire. But he was also in Boardwalk Empire, the other gangster.
You got me on this one.
Yeah, well, let's get back to the feet trips.
Who, Uma's?
That turned you on when she was just so you just drink some liquor off a stripper's feet.
Well, not any, but you gotta observe to what kind of feet you're working with, because there's so many differences. I mean, the toes, are they wide? Are they narrow? Are they long? You know, are they humped over the front of the toe?
No.
Are the toes short and stubby? Are they long and crackly and knuckly? Are the tendons on the top? Are the smooth bottoms or wrinkly? Is there a nice arch? How's a heel? Is it manicured? Is it leathery? There's a lot going on there.
There's their feet, and you don't know where the hell they've been at.
Well, they're like boobies. You know, you look
No,
at
I refuse to. I refuse to.
They're like the cup size. It's like the areolas.
This is where we draw the line.
Are they innies? Are they
And
out?
you know what? You know what's funny about this?
There's just difference. Are they
I was just talking
to
my girlfriend about this the other day because Trish talk about it so much.
I will not abide by the slander.
You know how many women that Trips would perceive to have nice looking feet that just walk around their homes, boyfriend, husband, kids, everybody's just at that toilet pissing, and pisses everywhere on the floor. And they just walking through their house barefooted. They don't give no shit. They're just walking around. And before you know it, they throw on their shoes and they off to wherever they got to go do their thing. And all of a sudden, they get attracted to somebody. Somebody like Trips pops up. I was like, oh, you got some really, really nice looking feet. And yeah, you know what? You got a nice looking jib on you. Next thing you know, you somewhere doing things. And next thing you know, somebody's fucking feet are in your mouth. You don't think about none of that, though, do you, Trips?
This is great. I loved how you said it. It was just next thing you know, somebody's feet is in.
Trips, you can imagine that.
That's definitely a drop. I'm not saying it was hard to imagine now. I'm just saying it was the way that you flowed through it.
There was no movie. It was just next thing you know.
Feet are right in your mouth.
Yeah, but first of all, I don't know about. It depends on who you're messing with, though, too. Because I don't want to be messing with nobody who in their household is just pissing around the toilet. You know,
you can't control that. You can't control that. You have no idea who's
unless you're gonna mop your floor every hour. That's gonna happen, bro.
But you go into a strange room, and like Nomad was talking about earlier, going into like Wrigley Field, because in their urinals they don't have urinals, they got troughs, kids, and so like there's one drain at the end of like a trough.
Oh damn!
And so you got 12 dudes shoulder to shoulder pissing in this big trough, and all the urine has to run down to the exit. But instead of just having it empty, they fill it up with ice. So as the ice melts from the hot urine, it helps flush it through. But there's still a lot of just half, frozen, half melted urine in the troughs. So the aroma, if you will, the very pungent smell of urine is going to, hang out in that room because there's urine hanging out in that room.
No.
Conversely, you go to a woman's house or somebody's house and you go in the bathroom and it smells like they got a cat litter box or something, but they don't. It's like, yeah, I ain't staying here long because y'all is nasty.
You trying to divert? Piss is piss. I don't give a shit how the goddamn thing smell.
Yeah, but it also
she's walking around in it, bro.
So much for controlling the language on this show.
excuse that. But I'm just trying to. Trish is trying to.
Oh no, but now I'm not saying I am. But if I was in the golden showers, you just enhance the whole scenario.
I ain't letting you off the hook. There's no buttercup in this.
I mean, because imagine you got your girl in the shower and she's just like, "Go ahead, let it go, girl." And she let you go, and then you get that dripping down the toe. It's like that's nasty, but people pay for that.
The moral of this story is, Selma Hayek has fantastic tits. That's the fucking moral of this story.
Oh no!
Even
the moral of the story is people's feet go everywhere, and Trips would just haul off and put them in his mouth.
See what I did? I tried to transition off the feet into a much better body part, but
you keep moving on up to the ankle.
I'm pretty sure about that body part, but them feet, man.
Gonna be like Ray Charles and
ain't no
feeling like
people be moving around too much, man. Moving around way too much. Stay away from the feet, man.
Nothing to do with urine.
Hey, Trips, you stay away from the feet. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Leave that shit alone, man. I'm telling you, you're going. It's like people that like the rear end, boy. You're gonna run into a dumpling one of these days.
Well, nowadays, you're out and about in the world, and now the flip flops are out, the sandals are out. So you may, you've been taking care of yours. Oh no, you got hammer time. I know you just should not be wearing sandals.
Stop.
There's a lot of judgment going on. I'm not gonna lie.
Look at Scroll.
That's why I never ate pig's feet. Couldn't get past the way they walk around in all day.
They literally walk around and shit all day.
So I mean, it's the chitlins. That's literal the poopy highway.
That's
Dr.
pretty
Scholl's.
good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, but you remember the hardwood sandals back in the day, the Dr. Scholl's, where they had the indentation for the heel, and then underneath the toes it kind of puffed up, and had that strap over the top. But it was that hard ass wood that you could straight up like open skulls with.
I remember some of my early conversations with Triple R about this. I didn't really pay that much attention to it. And as the time went on,
like, wait a minute.
No, I this guy,
this ninja serious?
You got it bad, don't you? You got it bad.
Mm-hmm. It's like, go home right now and look at your girl's pinky toe. You got a nail on that thing? Is it a full nail, a little crusty nail, and no nail? What's happening? Is that pinky toe all smushed up in there next to other toes? Does it pronate hang out?
I'll give you some advice.
What's that pinky toe doing?
If you like people's feet, best thing I can tell you is if you're gonna put your face anywhere near any of it, just kiss the top part.
Well, that's where the tendons are and stuff like that. Sometimes they're smooth, sometimes they're very veiny. Sometimes those outer four, when those toes lift and those little tendons pop up.
Just stay away from the toes. Just kiss the foot if you're gonna do something. Just kiss the goddamn foot.
Well, I mean, they're different parts of the foot, though.
I think you kind of like the grime a little bit.
Sometimes you got to kiss just the arch.
You like the dirt a little bit, don't you?
Oh, when they're dirty and need to be washed.
This is on you though, bro. You walked. Oh fuck, pun intended. You walked right into this one though.
They need to be scrubbed.
Walked us right into this arena.
Oh man, I know a lot of freaky guys, man. Guys that like all kinds of. But man, perspective is an MFer, man. Yeah, like when you're thinking about doing anything, I found myself, when you're in lust with some lady, you do things that you probably wouldn't normally do. But come on, man, when you keep things in perspective, lust is in its perspective too. So just remember that, man. People live regular lives, they do regular things, their bodies function regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And they walk around and all kinds of, they could be shit kickers. I don't think Trish would care too much.
Well, no, but like sometimes they'll be all crunched up in there together and shit. And it's like, spread. And then sometimes they all spread out too far. It's like, you look at, I don't know her name, but there's a female sportscaster. And I think she's Filipino or she's some kind of Asian. But you can tell because she's always wearing open-toed shoes.
Ooh.
And her feet, her toes kind of
spread
out.
Talking about Diana Rossini.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about.
I think she's on Fox. Fox Asian sports report.
Oh, Mina Kimes?
No, not her.
Damn it!
This one's an actual Asian. But her toes are very long and they come apart, and it's like, oh, those are nice.
Hey, you know what? That's why there's a whole. It's. I didn't know people like Trips was real, man.
That was the
That's
best
why
part
there's
of
a
the
whole
show.
genre, man. You
That
like
was
you
great.
real. You real. I mean, he's a real freak.
He said, "No, this one's an actual Asian." Shout out Mina Kimes, y'all.
I don't even know who the fuck he talking about. Man.
You don't know who Mina Kimes is,
I
though.
know who Mina Kimes is, but y'all stop clowning her, man.
I'm just,
Yeah, he weird as fuck, man.
oh shit. Okay.
I'm trying to
I
find.
love him, but he weird as fuck, man. You weird.
What's that? What's that dude? Former tight end, pretty boy. Was on The Bachelor or something. Clay something.
Oh, Clay Harbor.
Yeah, maybe that was where I saw.
You was looking at his feet too?
No,
Wow.
but he was on the show, I think, with her.
You're talking Ruthie Polinsky?
That is not no place near Asian.
I know, but he does a show with her.
Or no, wait, who is this? No, it's with Pat the designer. She be on there with him too.
Man, hey man.
No,
man,
not Rex Ryan. Oh,
deep
yeah,
dive into
but when
nobody.
Rex Ryan said, "Oh, you had beautiful feet," then he bust out, "May I touch
Ain't
them?"
nobody doing no deep dive into nobody's feet, man. We finna wrap this thing
No,
up.
what is her name? I don't know.
Man,
I don't know
be
her
a
name
freak
because I
all
only
by
look at her feet.
You be a freak on your own time, man. You weird ass. All right, man. Yeah, Trip's gonna get us down.
This is all your fault, man.
No, man, that's Trips.
This is all your fault. You have to take full responsibility for this shit.
No, man, I ain't doing the Trips. Let's let's reshuffle, man. Give Trips some time to settle down a little bit, kids.
Okay.
We're gonna get some closeouts, man. We're gonna get some final thoughts before we get out of here. We start with you, kids.
All right.
Let Trips get back down to earth.
All right. So rest in peace to my dog, first and foremost. Selma Hayek has an awesome rag.
I know Ruckus.
What's his name again, kids?
Ruckus.
Ruckus.
I came to bring the ruckus.
Yes. Yeah, Selma Hayek's rack is great. Reservoir Dogs, good film. Bears got some decent competition across the boards that I don't know who's going to win what, whether it's Tariq or Jedrick Wills or Malik or Braxton or God knows whoever else. So we'll see how that all shakes out in camp. I'm excited to see it. And those battles will be real tight, man. Did I skip the linebacker battle? Because TJ Edwards, DeMarco Jackson, and the rest of the gang also got some stuff to do. That being said, thanks again for spending your Wednesday night with us. Thursday morning, if you're on the East Coast. And, big ups to all y'all. Bear down. Shout outs to all you guys in the chat. Big love to my channel at Kids of Canuck, Nomad Network, and Sports Chicago Style. Give us a like, share, subscribe. We would appreciate all of that. And leave a comment if you would. Trip?
Yeah, shout out to everybody hanging out with us on this Wednesday. As we are now, nearing the end of May. So we are in the midst. I don't know if you all saw it and, we didn't show it, copyright and stuff, but there's a ASMR video that somebody put out from Hallis Hall because OTAs started up. And it was like, Caleb Williams throwing passes to Monangai, Luther, Darth Burton, and Loveland and Rome. And it's just them out there on the grass. And it's like, that's nice. So we got that to look forward to as we're getting closer and closer to the season. Happy Memorial Day. And let's give a shout out to all those that we remember, that we reminisce over, that are already on those peaceful journeys, show some love in the heart, or just say, a silent thought or remembrance of that person in the celebration of the holiday, and just be safe out there and understand that while we may be inconvenienced by high gas prices, people are getting blown up on other parts of the world in various countries. So, it could be worse, could be better, but it could be a hell of a lot worse. So plan on, one morning you turn on your faucet and the water don't come out and you're thirsty. You got bottled water in your house. Well, you should have listened to Nomad when he told you to stock the hell up. So you go out there and get you a couple of cases, throw them in the closet, and then when you wake up one day and the grid ain't working, you don't dehydrate. So, just another point from us to you, because we love you. No, not Courtney Cronin. We've seen her yummies too, but they're long and straight. But this is not that. This is a different girl. But yeah, shout out to everybody. Make sure you are subscribed.
Shout out
to all
Ruthie
three
Polinsky.
networks. I haven't seen hers though. And we'll be back with you, I guess, Sunday night on Nomad at Night on any other signings and or acquisitions and or trades and or camp battles and or news. Oh, and next Wednesday, 1 week from tonight on Some Extra Sauce, Chef Trips will be in the house doing some live cooking. So make sure you tune in for that week from today.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. I'm just trying to shake the disturbance I've got right now. I'm disturbed, man. Y'all, you weird, man. God, dog. But anyway, man, great conversation tonight, man. I guess that too, man. But golly, bro. Wow. Anyway, it was a very interesting conversation from top to bottom. We're talking about the Bears. It was very interesting. Even if you go back and watch that part again, it was very interesting, thoughtful, perspective for all of those guys that are going to be in camp battling for those spots. Some of the guys we love and some of these new guys brought in here, man. It was very good perspective brought to that conversation. The food breakdowns, the drink breakdowns, different things like that. I mean, all the way until we get to, when we're talking about worldly affairs. And again, we hate to be political on here, but it's almost impossible not to mention some of the things that make this political. And I apologize to anybody that we may or may not have offended if you're sensitive like that. But if that's because if you can't handle the truth, you're going to be a little bit sensitive. And so, I pray for you. It's really important that you pay attention to the preparation aspect of what we do on this show right now. I mean, I'm talking about the $14 to $16 to $24 you might go spend at a store to go get yourself some fast food. What you can do with that at the Dollar Tree or at some Dollar General. Transform your mind, reshape your thinking on where and how you're spending your finances. If you can do that, you're already halfway there to satisfying what you need around your home to kind of survive a sticky period of time, which may come. We're not just doing this for our health. It actually may come legitimately. And so think about how you're spending your money on, the next burger you want to go get, or the next Taco Bell, the next box of chicken you want to go get, whatever it is, pizza. Think about how you allocating your resources, and that means your personal finance. What you call throwaway money could be allocated to something that can help you later on down the line, a light or a stack of candles, a box of canned goods or something like that. Just start somewhere. All right. That's all I can tell you about that. Just keep paying attention to what we have to say on that segment, and you're just going to get better at preparing yourself for what may be. So with that being said, the breakdown was great. The Reservoir Dogs is I just love Quentin Tarantino screenplays and how it comes across on the movies. My personal thoughts about the glamorization of psychopaths is just something throughout a Quentin Tarantino film. It just sticks out to me. So didn't mean to offend nobody there, people that love his genre of films, but I had to say it. But
Tina Nguyen. I never know how to pronounce that. Nguyen.
Hold on, man.
Nguyen. It's Nguyen.
Man, what's wrong with you, man?
Oh, that's her name.
Yeah, we've been stopped talking about feet.
Well, I just pulled up a couple pictures, so.
Oh Lord! All right, it's time to go.
I got refreshed.
I think my girlfriend, I think she's scared of this goddamn laptop might show her feet or something. She be hiding it from me, damn. I ain't kidding, bro. I feel like
you got no camera on whatsoever. She's still scared.
you still hiding. She be
Don't be
tucking
scared. Let those piggies out. It's okay.
She'll get up, she'll get home, take them things. I'll come back here and just start tucking her feet.
She knows that Triple R can see them.
Usually she be kicked up just like me. Because she got a recliner on her side too. Of this
her toes just all up in the air, all out willy-nilly.
Oh, Lord. All right, man. We appreciate you guys, but it was a hell of a conversation going on from top to bottom of this show. The people that don't watch this show, you better tell them. You better tell them. They missing out. So we'll put some of the cut-ups out there. We want to leave you guys with these famous words because we appreciate you guys being here and always supporting us on the Nomad Network, on Kansas Canuck, and on Sports Chicago Style. But we got to go and we want to leave you with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.
And feet.